State Islamic University of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Zainuddin MA, Honorable Dean of Psychology Faculty of State Islamic University of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Professor Dr. Rifa Hidayah MSI. Honorable all keynote speakers of International Conference on Psychology and Flourishing Humanity, Professor Ui Chol Kim from Inha University, Korea, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah binti Panatik from University Technology, Malaysia, Dr. Yosef Dadi Pradikto, LTH MHUM MSI from Bina Nusantara University or BINUS, Indonesia, and Dr. Ali Ridho, MSI from State Islamic University of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang from Indonesia, and all participants of this international conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let's praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given mercy and blessing so we can attend and participate this event without any obstacle. Praise and salutation may be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the person who saved us from the Jahiliyah era to the Islamic era. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rizvi Yuli Roshida as the Master of Ceremony, and today I will guide you throughout this event. It's such an honor to welcome you all speakers to this international conference on psychology and flourishing humanity. And thanks to all committees here, because without them, this conference cannot happen perfectly and neatly. Before beginning our event, I would like to read the agenda. The first agenda is opening. Let's open this conference by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The second agenda is reciting Holy Quran by Muhammad Mahbub Hidayatullah. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولله ملك السماوات والأرض والله على كل شيء قدير. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار Sadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The third agenda is singing Indonesia Raya and psychological hymn. For all audiences, please stand up.
Bismillah, ku akan melangkah untuk meraih cita-cita bangsa. UN ku lahirkan ulul albab, amalkan imtak-iptek sepanjang masa. Teguhkan iman dan akhlakmu, bangunlah bangsa dan negerimu. Ikhlaskan segala amal baktimu untuk bekal dunia dan akhiratmu. Bangkitlah wahai mahasiswa, abdikan diri untuk bangsa. Universitas Islam Negeri Malang, jayalah untuk selama-lamanya.
For all audience, you can sit down. The next agenda is opening conference by the Dean of Psychology Faculty. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rifa Hidayah, MSI. inform you all, the audiences, online audiences, to activate or open your camera access because we will take photos together with the Dean of Psychology faculty. Yeah, on camera, ya, on camera. Please open or turn on your camera access. All right, are you ready? Sudah siap, Masnya? Oke, one, two, three. Again. One, two, three. Next. Again. One, two, three. Okay, enough. Thank you so much. The next agenda is opening speech by the Chief Executive of International Conference on Psychology and Flourishing Humanity, Mr. Muhammad Arif Furqon, MPSI Psycholog. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Arif Furqon, as a chair of Psychology and Flourishing Humanity Conference. In this good opportunity, I'd like to invite you to join our international conference, Psychology and Flourishing Humanity, by the topic Empowering Equity, Economy, and Ecology Pillars through Technology for a Sustainable and Improved Life Quality. This conference will held at 21 of June 2023 and will followed by workshop indigenous psychology at 22 and 23 of June. This conference will present you many best presentators in the specification. The first is Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Panatik from University Technology Malaysia that will present about positive psychology, cultivating resilience growth mindset, elevating optimism, and practicing self-compassion. The second is Professor Uikol Kim from Inha University, Korea, that will present about unleashing human potential, co-creativity, and sustainable development, the role of psychology, community, and culture in promoting healthy human development and quality of life. The third is Dr. Yosef Dedi Pradipto from Bina Nusantara University, Indonesia, that will present about digital humanities in psychology. The fourth is Dr. Ali Ridho from UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Indonesia, that will present about life quality profiling through the diagnostic classification moving forward. The scope of this conference are: the first is transpersonality. It's about singularity mindfulness, a quest of life value in Eastern Western paradigm, and transpersonal framework for addressing social and cultural issues, the recognizing and honoring diverse spiritual and cultural tradition, promoting environmental sustainability, and fostering a sense of interconnectedness and compassion among all people. The second is education. It's about the learn of educational psychology, the navigation of resilience and creativity toward challenge of teaching profession, and artificial intelligence. It's identified a disruptive technology among traditional lecturer-student relationship. The third is social psychology. It's about creating momentum of harmony, intergroup contact, empathy, and perspective-taking, shared identity, communication, and negotiation, and promoting cultural creativity and openness and curiosity toward different culture. The fourth is applied psychology. It's about criminal stereotyping and forensic bias, how applied psychology plays within lay system. And the fifth is positive psychology. It's about cultivating resilience, a growth mindset, elevating optimism, and practicing self-compassion. The sixth is cognitive psychology. It's about language role in cognitive psychology, how significant language factors evolve to address mental disorder, and future neurolinguistic and organized intelligence, the new frontier language congruent in biocomputing and intelligence. The seventh is psychometry. It's about validating score interpretation of psychological skill. By this conference, you also able to publish your article to Atlantis, so don't miss it and grab it fastly to save your seat in our limited offering. Thank you very much. See you on our conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The last agenda is closing prayer. Please
language and to communicate. And we call it hidden ovulation. I'll give you a picture. This is bipedalism. As you notice, humans have hair on which part of the body? The head. Okay? Why? It is to protect us from the sun. Okay? And why did we decide to walk on 2 feet? Because if you expose your whole body, we call it hidden ovulation. I'll give you a picture. Oh. This is bipedalism. As you notice, humans have hair on which part of the body? Head. The head. To protect us from the sun. Can you turn off the sun, the echo, so that? And why? If you're laying in a beach in Bali, you get a lot of heat. And so to reduce heat, you walk on 2 feet. Okay? So we only have hair on the top. So what does that do to how you behave? And the second thing is the precision grip. Chimpanzees can only grip sideways, and thus they cannot develop precision tools. They cannot use tools because of their physiology. The fourth thing is smaller teeth and smaller jaws. Compared to human beings, we have very small teeth. Why? And the fourth thing is the descent of the larynx that allow us to make 20,000 different sounds. Is that clock working or no? Okay, so I better make sure that I don't talk too long. And hidden ovulation, chimpanzees, they know when the female is in heat because their behind gets red. But what is the problem with human beings? We don't know when women want to have sex, okay? It's hidden. And also, people wear clothing. So traditionally, it was the female that controlled sexual behavior until later in history. So why is this important in terms of understanding human psychology? Because Darwin said there is competition and survival of the fittest. Animals compete, and species that are adapted to their environment survive. Question is this assumption correct? Has anyone in your university or high school teacher told you that it is incorrect? I noticed there's a picture of Sigmund Freud that says we're driven by instinct, okay? Sexual instinct, eros, death instinct, thanato. Is Freud correct? Or Skinner with behaviorism in terms of stimulus response. This is first thing you learn when you take course in psychology. Is Skinner and behaviorism correct? We also learn of cognitive psychology, cognitive processing. Are those theories correct? So my conclusion, the assumption is correct. And why is that incorrect? Because what we call falsification, that we have the ability to falsify. So according to Darwin, all animals instinctively mate to have as much children as possible, and they survive. So how do you explain contraception? People use condom so they can have sex and not have children. So how do you explain human beings controlling outcome and our instinct? And this is something that Sigmund Freud, Skinner, and especially Darwin can explain. Then, how do you explain one-child policy? Korea, China had one-child policy. You should only have one children. The human intervention. And so this is something that cannot be. And we also protect endangered animals like orangutan, like panda bear. So we are playing with natural selection. We are controlling the instinct of behavior. And so a famous psychologist, Albert Bandura, said these theories are incorrect. Why? Because humans are agents. What does it mean by being agents? We can control our body, we can manage our relationship, and we can manage our environment to achieve purpose we set for ourselves. In order to be happy, what do? We're not driven by instinct. Are you happy when you have food, when you sleep? That's it, biologically. So when are you happy? That's one thing. And yes, experience. And the most important thing, when are Indonesians most happy? This is, I observe all the time. I don't see students being happy when they're studying and working. No. They look miserable. When are Indonesians happy? When they're eating with their friends and family. Right? Yeah. Oh, you know now. Okay. So in most cases, observations, people, Indonesians are happy when they eat, when they share their emotion. This is the secret to happiness. Even though Indonesia is not economically developed like Korea, Indonesians are happier than Koreans. Why? And we have to understand. So Albert Bandura says, self is a proactive and agentic. We set goals and we try to achieve those goals. And how do we do that? Human beings have intention. Why did you come to this conference this morning? Why did you wake up? Why are you majoring in psychology? You have an intention. You have a goal in mind. So how else can we explain your behavior? Then you have forethought. You think ahead. What will I wear? What will I do today? And you're self-reactive. Whatever happens into your life, you act, you assess, and you're self-reactive. These are 4 qualities that explains your behavior, not biology. So this is one thing that Bandura talks about. And we have efficacy. We have confidence in ourselves based on mastery experience. If you do well in your course, get good grades, you have confidence. Vicarious experience, this is called modeling. By modeling your brothers and sisters, by modeling your friends, you learn. And social persuasion, social support. Your mother or your friend said, oh, you can do it. Don't worry. We'll help you. An affective state. Assess your emotional state. Like a marathon runner, or if you're an athlete, you feel a lot of pain when you run. Most people give up because your body is telling you to stop. But athletes overcome their pain. And what happened? There's a surge of endorphins. Reduce the pain, and you have get the end. So this is affective state that you have to assess. Most students are very tired after studying 2 hours. Sit and study, you're very tired. So what is the difference between a student who gets C versus who gets A? Student who gets C is sleepy, or go out, or they are playing with a smartphone. They leave it and check their email. This is called attention deficit. The good students sit and overcome their sleeping. Then endorphin is released, fresh. So most of the students I saw at Harvard, Tokyo University, also national, they sit for 12 hours because they know how to manage the body. And so one of the things that we have to understand is race, black, yellow, white, racial differences in IQ. Is that correct? No, it's correct. IQ, personality is not in it. Race, we are different because we're black or white, yellow. Not correct. Not based on biology. And this is what happened in Indonesia 75,000 years ago. Did you know that Indonesia changed world history? Yes, through the volcano. Okay? And what it did, it covered the earth with the dust. And that began what we know as the Ice Age. Because sun could not penetrate, the world became colder and colder. And so, geneticist Stephen Wells decided to travel around the world and get a cotton swab. So if you watch CSI or heard of genetic testings, you can find out who the father is, the relative is, to 99.99% accuracy, much more accurate than your fingerprint. So he tested genes of people around the world. What did he find? And you look at the recessive gene in mitochondrial DNA. And he found something amazing. You look at the diagram, there's a place called L1. They had the least amount of genetic mutations. And this is our ancestor. Human beings, Homo sapiens, evolved from single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. So who are you? You're African. I'm African. Our ancestors migrated around 40,000 years ago. So why do we have different color skin? Exposure to sunlight. Okay? The sun changes your skin. So if I stay in Indonesia 3 months, I become dark just like you. If I go to Norway, where there is no sun for 4 months, I become white. So does my intelligence change? Does my personality change? It does not influence how your brain works. It just reflects color of your skin. So what is race? Race was created to justify colonialism, slavery, and exploitation by the British. It's a social construct. You're inferior, so I can. And so a lot of the theories in psychology are not supported by scientific evidence. The assumption is correct. Race is a subcategory that is not related to genetics except color. And color of the skin does not affect how your brain functions. What affects how your brain functions, if you accept that you're inferior, you're not as good, then will behave accordingly. And they migrated to Northern Africa, crossed to Central Asia, and some of them went to Europe, IJKTUV, and some of them came all the way to India to Indonesia. And some of them went north, and there was the Siberia-Alaska bridge that was frozen because of the ice age. And they migrated 20,000 years ago. So one single tribe in Kalahari, Africa, populated the whole world. And this is the definition of flourishing. And depending on the weather and the environment, our color of the skin, our physiology began to change. So this is your relative. Say hello to your great-great-great-grandfather. We all evolved from one single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. And how did human beings survive? Not because of biology, because we took something that exists in nature. It's called a rock. And we converted it to stone. And this is called Paleolithic age. Carved a stone and even a fish hook so we can hunt. Animals hunt using their body. Human beings cannot run fast, do not have power. We took aid from nature and we developed, and we combine the power of a stone versus power of wood. If you make a spear out of a stone, you cannot throw it very far. If you make it out of a spear, it wobbles. So by attaching a rock that stabilizes the head of the spear, that can penetrate the fur, we can develop new tools. And this can be only done if you understand the nature of the rock, nature of the spear, and to have conceptualization and form. So hunting involves a goal. You want to hunt a deer for dinner, but you have to have an idea. I want to hunt a deer. That's the purpose. Then you have to have tools, because you cannot run after it. Then you have to have a skill of throwing the spear so that the spear hits the deer. So when you approach the deer begins to run. So where do you throw your spear? Where the deer is? By the time throw the spear, deer is gone somewhere else. So you have to anticipate how the deer will run so that the spear and the deer will arrive at the same time. Have you seen any animal do that? Make a tool, throw the spear where there's no one, then the deer and the spear arrive. Cheetahs and lion run after the deer. They don't go around and wait for the deer to come. So this is the creative capacity. This is called agency. And this is how we catch it. And you have food for family. And human beings hunted together as a group. And this is where the hero bone becomes important. Go there, throw the spear. I'll bring the deer to you. It's called sharing of the mind. You know what the other people will do. And this is called the theory of mind. By understanding and communicating, you can hunt. And the most important thing that happened about 1 million years ago is fire. Are you afraid of fire? Not really. All animals are afraid of fire. There's a forest fire, animals run. But human beings observed fire, and they realized fire exists when there's wood. But you can destroy fire with water when there's rain. And we began to control fire. What is fire? The most powerful force in nature. All animals, even lions and tigers, are afraid of fire, but we control our fear. So this is why Freud is wrong. Don't act based on our instinct. We learn to control it. And we control fire. And what do we do with fire? We can create it on demand by rubbing two sticks or stone together. And what we did is something miraculous, something you do every day: cook food. So potatoes, if you eat raw, you'll make you sick. But if you cook it, you can have French fries. Meat, you can eat, but it takes 5 hours to chew and digest. Chimpanzee also hunt, but they rather gather fruit because you get more calorie. Okay? But if you cook meat over fire, you can digest it within 1 hour. Like ayam bakar is my favorite, okay? It's easy to digest. So cooking changed our physiology, and this is what happened. Look at the human brain on the left and chimpanzee on the right. Brain is 4 times bigger. The reason is because we cook food over the fire, we don't need very large teeth. We don't need strong jaw and jaw muscle. So our jaw muscles is very flexible, and it allowed the brain to expand. And what is interesting about brain cell, it uses around 10 times more calorie than your. If you exercise for 1 hour, you get very hungry, right? You study for 1 hour, you get very, very hungry. So you tend to snack a lot. Right? And the question is, why are you hungry? You didn't do anything, you just studied. If you study and you're not hungry, then you're not studying. You're not concentrating. You're not using your brain cell. And so our brain cells burns a lot of calorie. So even though you sit and do nothing, your brain burns 20% of the calorie of the body. So we need to consume around 2,000 calories to have a large brain. By cooking food over the fire, we can consume a lot of calorie. Eat food that we cannot eat, like soup bunted, oxtail. Even the bones can be cooked, and we can get calcium. So the reason why we have bigger brain is not evolution, creativity. We cook food over the fire. Look at the human skull. Isn't it rather ugly compared to the chimpanzee? We have a very protruding forehead. And this is where our frontal lobe is. Our frontal lobe is the executive part of the brain that controls, that makes decision. And it is a part of the brain where you have empathy. And so this part of the brain developed, and this made us very, very different from chimpanzee. And there was a creativity expression 40,000 years. What happened 40,000 years ago? Well, what we call a pottery. We have pottery, we have kind of this. How do you make it? Well, in order to make a pottery, you have to first have clay. But the problem with clay is that it does not have any form. It's very, very loose. And so what you need to do is first form the clay into shape and burn it in furnace, and we get a property. So what is the most important part of this cup? The paper or is it clay? No, it's the emptiness. If the cup is not empty, you cannot fill it with coffee or water. So we are creating a container to use the emptiness. Other animals do not understand empty space. Like this room, important part is the empty space. If the room was filled, we cannot use it. Or even the door, the empty space that we go out. So this is a conceptual understanding. It's not the table or the walls. Human beings can focus on the space that we can use in the future. And also, making a cup is the same thing. You have to have a goal of a cup or a container. You use the clay, and you have the skill, and you have to convert it into fire. So, what did we do? In Western Europe, people began to design outside. Like you have batik design, the cup. So why do you have design? Stronger, safer? No, it doesn't. You make it more interesting. And what is that? That is the basis of what we call information technology. We only think of computer, but let me tell you how. We used to live in caves. And of course, because we had fire, it can give us time in the evening. But people began to draw around 30,000 years ago on the wall. And what is this? These are animals that people hunt. This is information that is recorded on the wall that lasts 30,000 years. And this is information technology. Technology means useful because children can watch and view the painting and they know it's a cow, they know it's a deer, and they know how to hunt. So what is the difference between chimpanzee and human beings? Chimpanzee, information is coded in their gene, the biology. Human beings, we can record information outside our body. And our children can use it. This is the basis of culture. We can talk, transmit information, but we forget a lot. And so this is the basis of information technology. We even created a lion man, which is impossible. But our understanding can combine things. Lion and man. And it is recorded in stone. So we know what a lion man looks like. And this is the most beautiful woman in the world in Germany. Well, you have to have big breasts and big hip, because the goal is to have children. Conception of a woman long time ago. So, what is painting? Canvas is white. Then you have resources called color. Then you have a paintbrush. Everyone can have a canvas, paint, and a brush. But can anyone draw Mona? No. Because she has a smile and she's looking at you. Right? So, something physical, like a canvas and painting, the physical, and we can study physics. Can you create Mona Lisa? Someone who looks alive. And this is called creativity. And this is the basis of Renaissance. And art, the basis of information. And what we also did, not only did we control our instinct, we controlled the instinct of animals. Rather than hunting and killing deers and zebra for dinner, what did we do? We domesticated. The first to be domesticated is reindeer. And what is domestication? That is storing food. Because if you have meat, it will go bad within a week. But you're storing food and you're raising food. So and other animals. Since I only have 15 minutes, can you go outside the share screen? Can you escape? Because I have to skip. I don't think I have time to escape and go to escape from the go down a lot. Yeah, meaning you have the Bronze Age. I should get the down. Can you go down? Down. And we domesticated wheat and rice so that we have agriculture. Go up to. Do you know how your brain works? Go up, go up. That's that. Up. What more? One up, up. Yes. Next. So, do you know how your brain works? Do you know how to use your brain? Probably should know. Because when you study, you're using your brain. If you want to be smart, you know how to use your brain. Different part of the brain is for different behavior. So we used to stick an electrode, and if our arm moves, that's a part of the brain, responsible for our arm. Or if we begin to speak, called the Broca's area. So what we learned in physiological psychology is incorrect, because the brain consists of 100 billion neurons, and it can be connected 100 trillion. So all these neurons are separated. And in step one, when you begin to drink, when you begin to speak, connects. But more you engage, like walking, the better they become. Because connection and connects a superhighway. Learning a language, very difficult, Bahasa. But after 2-3 years, you can speak fluently. But now you have to learn English. Difficult. So do you know how to learn English? Just talk to people who are English speakers. Don't study grammar, because it doesn't help your English. Write, you have to continue to write. And this is what happens. And we think cognitions or emotions are separate, but whenever information is sent to our nervous system, cognitions and so the notion you can only study cognition without emotion is correct, because information is connected in the brain. So our body is something that we're born with. It's a potential. Our brain has this 100 billion neurons, and it becomes connected through experience. But the most important is our parents. Our parents provide the environment. They provide love and care. And in Piaget's developmental theory, where is the parent? Well, he was the researcher, so he was observing his children. Where are the parents in psychological theory? In Western psychological theories, there are no parents. Or in Freud theories, they are abusive. So this is psychological, because the most important thing is children are taken care by the parents biologically, because children are born through bipedalism, very narrow canal, and totally helpless for the first 2 years. Unlike chimpanzees, they clasp their mother. Children cannot even feed properly. The only instinct they have is suck. Mothers don't take care of the baby dies. But mothers are very vulnerable because they have to hunt for food. They take care of their baby, they can't. So who helps mother? grandmother. And so relationship and babies take a long time to learn. And so since it takes them 2 years to walk, so mothers have to spend a lot of time. So you have to talk to the babies. And how do you talk? If you talk like me, the babies do not respond. So you have a baby talk. Do you know when you talk like a baby, it stimulates your brain to be happy? You know that. So the baby, and we create happiness in the babies. And this is the basis of empathy. The first 2 years of your life is not trust, empathy. Developing and communicating. Of course, our body is important, but it is the ability to empathize that makes us happy. So children are happy. And children are curious, and they learn. Because your brain rewards you whenever you accomplish something. So learning is very important, learning how to walk and talk. But what happens when you come to the university and sit in a lecture room? Your brain shuts down. Because the professor is teaching something that you don't care. You don't know what it is. So education is not the word. Teacher or parents trying to educate you. Children don't listen. Children want to learn by engaging, by doing. That is connecting the brain. If you talk, only the certain part of the brain is activated, and the other part is not activated. So do you know when you learn, you're inspired? Oh, that's interesting. I want to learn. But most of my colleague professors, they're boring. They put students to sleep. They don't engage, and they don't excite. And you're learning American theories that are not relevant to Indonesia. Do psychological things make sense? Why? Because the assumptions are incorrect. About relationship, about caring and sharing, that is not talked about in psychology. So, human behavior, we are not governed by instinct. Our instinct is mediated by our cognition and our emotion. So we think in terms of how we feel. And through behavior, it leads to outcome, good grade, being happy. And it changes our cognition, and it changes our emotion, and cognitions are connected. So I'll skip this part of the big system and how the brain works. A lot of information. Just go skip the culture part. So, most important thing about what do you see? A picture. Do you see a vase, white vase? Do you see a man on the left and woman on? Man on the left in blackface? So which is correct? Is it a vase or is it two people? No, there can be only one right answer. Why do we see two different things in one picture? Perspective. It's assumption. You're not aware. If you tell your brain white is far away, what do you see? White is in the background. You see two people. Now you tell your brain black is far away. Black is the background. You see a vase. So the most important thing when we see something is the assumption. The most important thing in psychology, what is the assumption? Are we like animals driven by instinct, such as Freud and behaviorists claim? And what I'm saying, that assumption is correct. Although we have Pavlov conditioning, but to treat human beings like animals and only as animals. Of course, we are by our instinct, but we are able to manage. The second thing is context. So the orange circle, which appears larger to you? One on your left, one on the right. Which one looks bigger? one on the right, right? But actually, they're the same. So you know the right answer, but what do you see? One on bigger. Why? Because it's surrounded by smaller circles, and one on the left surrounded by larger circles. That is why indigenous psychology is important. You have to look at context. Malang is very different from Jogja, very different from Jakarta or Bali. Why? You have to look at the context. You're all Indonesian, but your batiks are black. Java is, Jogja is brown. Madura is red. Bali is yellow. So, in Indonesians, there are variations people context. That's why it's important in psychology. That's why we're collecting data in Bali, Jogja, Jakarta, and Malang. See what are the differences. You have to. What do you see? 3 circles and a trapezoid. What if I said this was a lady? It's her behind and her 2 feet and a bucket of water. See the lady and big circle and the small circle 2 feet, bending down and cleaning. When I said 3 circles, you did not respond. But when I said lady responded. Because this picture has meaning. Once it has meaning, a lot of psychological studies in a laboratory without meaning, like nonsense, don't perceive nonsense. We perceive. And this is why we need to the rose is inverted in your retina. 3-dimensional rose become 2-dimensional. And does a picture of a rose go to your brain? No, it's not. Converted to electric signal. And it is constructed. You don't see a rose, it is reconstructed. When you hear a sound, hear your mother's voice, your brain is converted to auditory part of the brain. Similarly, when you smell a rose, does the rose go? And the structure that goes. So this is my definition of culture. Okay? So read the top part. So imagine you cannot understand English. First top left is blue, right? So can we read blue, red? You're not doing very well. So I'll give you something easy. You understand Bahasa. The color. Biru. You're getting worse. So I'll give you a more difficult one. Try this one. So this one you don't have it. Why are you having problem with it? I don't have any problem with this because I cannot Bahasa. When it's meaningless, I can say. But you have learned Bahasa. And once you learn a language, it becomes automatic. The color is automatic, and culture is automatic. And so when we perceive reality, we don't perceive it directly. We constructed culture and 5 senses. And 5 senses is done through hardware, and it's basically the same. But how we perceive reality through culture is based on symbol. I'll skip and go to the last part. So you wanted to understand how to be happy. I prepared too much. Korean culture, Western culture. And this is a Korean economic development. Samsung used to trade dry fish they're number one. And so I talk a little bit about team approach and art and technology. So who is through a Jacquard. I'll skip this part. So Jacquard created fabric with perforated paper. So the loom is a hardware. Perforated paper is a. This is the basis of what we call modern computing. It's actually a punch card that was developed in the textile industry. You have IBM computer. Then you have Apple, then Microsoft DOS that developed the software. And Apple, Steve Jobs developed the iPhone that is, as individuals, but if I want to find out something, rather than go to Jakarta, there's Halim Airport in South Jakarta. I take a colleague will airport and pick me up. So I have the abilities. And wonderful, now I have Grab, so I order food rather than tells me where. These are technologies that develop to connect people, connect mind. So what is the secrets of happiness? What do you think will make people happy? What do you think will make you happy? Most people think money. Well, well, in some countries, because they have to put on makeup and they have to wear clothing. And this is the Eastern line of paradox. So as economies develop, countries that have higher income are happier. But there is a peak around $25,000 where additional money does not make you happier. And this is a study done by Kahneman, who won the Nobel Prize. Can you go to next? So if you look at the dark circle, it's life satisfaction. The more money you make, you're satisfied with yourself and your life. That is, more income, more success, you're satisfied with your life. But once you reach around middle income, it does not increase your happiness. Your achievement and your income, your success makes you satisfied, but does not make. So Indonesians very hard to make more money or to be happy, but once you develop or once you have certain income, it does not influence happiness. So the longitudinal study of 5 years study people, Harvard and then third generation, and they studied people in personality, IQ, genetics, their physically. You know what they found? They found that people who were happiest and healthiest, old, were the people of good relationships. And of course, most. But this was shocking to them. They thought it was money. They thought it was, and they thought it was intelligence, education, but it's not. And if you look at psychological theories, which theories talk about relationships? Which theories talk about them? Look for it. And the answer is you find them. So, what are you learning You're learning American psychology that does not work in assumption of Darwin on natural science. And it's good that you're not following American psychology because you'll be miserable, depressed. You know, the worst thing that can happen to you in your life, according to this study for 5 years, what will make you miserable? Of course, you have drug addiction, you have bad health, but what predicts bad health, unhappiness, low satisfaction, social isolation, and loneliness. Social isolation creates very destructive behavior. So maintaining good relationship is the best way to be healthy, happy, and successful. But is there a psychological theory that explains this, why this? And the answer. So what is the secret to happiness? Caring and sharing. Even though Indonesians are not the most economically developed like Koreans, Koreans are miserable. Highest suicide rate, highest divorce rate. We have less than one child per family. And you are watching Korean pop and Korean drama. Oh, I wish to be like Korean. You don't want to be like. They're miserable. Why? Because they focus too much on success, achievement, and they live by themselves. They eat by themselves. They die by themselves. Oh no, okay. They should show that part of Korean drama. They only show the good part. So the reason why Indonesians are happy because you're caring and sharing. But you also need to achieve, innovate. Because if you keep everything the same, satisfied, not happy. So you have to grow in relationship. Have to engage in, you have to learn, and university has to stop educating, telling you what you learn. They should ask you, what do you need to, what do you want to find out? Why don't we research the internet article? Then you learn. But whenever a professor speaks, within 10 minutes, your brain. Are you learning? No, you're being a zombie. Learning happens when you experience, when you discover the world together. And this is a bit of happiness and health and life. Thank you very much.
You, Mr. Kim. The keynote speaker was really thought-provoking. Speaker raised some great questions, probably, and challenged some commonly held assumptions later. So I appreciated his fresh perspective on this topic. Now we are in a Q&A, question and answer session. Let's open each question by identifying your name and where you're from. Identify yourself if you are a student of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, and tell me what department or what faculty you are. And each question is followed by direct answer to have a direct question. Now please, first question. In this meeting room, oh, Kafka, yes, raise your, open your mic.
Is my volume good enough? Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, and really love your explanation, Mr. Kim, about the satisfaction that is brought by having more income, economic income, which I have experienced it myself when I was studying trust with experience. Felt the I felt like everything. I have everything in the world that I want. Oh yeah, I should have explained myself a little bit. My name is Kafka, and I'm a student in UIN Malang, and I study psychology. And presuming forward, I once played this game, Grand Theft Auto Online, and then I influenced myself with some mods, with some modifications to allow me to have instant money that would allow me to buy everything in the game instantly. That so that I do not require to grind some money to make some money, so that I can just buy them instantly. Therefore, it could mean that I have some instant pleasure at that point. And moving forward, I have some hollow points in me because I don't know what to do now, because I have all the money in the world. I can buy everything, but this this opportunity for me to open up everything, it becomes very static to me. It is very converging with your explanation before, that when we have more money, it feels like we are going to be more happy. We are becoming more happy, but after having much money, we feel our happiness becoming more stagnant, and therefore you propose the idea that to be more happy, we should be sharing and caring. But I would like to propose the idea that aside from sharing and caring, do you think that even though we have much money in the world, and we still do act of kindness, sharing and caring, etc., I propose the idea that we should have another purpose in life, not just by having money and sharing, but by having a purpose. We know what to do. We have another goal in life, not to pursue materialistic goals, but to do something greater than just materialistic good. And that is the purpose that we need to pursue in order to find happiness again. And that is moving as a dynamic forward. And what do you think about that idea? Having a purpose aside from sharing and caring.
Yes, thank you very much. Money is important because it can get rid of problems. You don't have money, you can't go to university, you cannot buy food, cannot go to the hospital. And so we need money to solve problems, or even a phone that you can use. But once you have a home, once you have a smartphone, and once you have enough money to feed your family, then money has very little impact. So money can get rid of problems that you face daily. But money can be very addictive, like playing games. How much money do you need? So when you're walking all day, then you want to have a motorcycle, get to where you want. Then after a while, it's very hot with a helmet and traffic, and you want a nice car. Buy a small car, then you want a bigger car. Then you want a Mercedes-Benz. Then you want a Lamborghini. Where do you stop? So in order to buy a Porsche, you have to work 14 hours a day. That means you cannot spend with your family. So money can get rid of problems, but it cannot buy happiness. This is what we call a paradox. Let me give an example of lottery winners. A lot of people in Indonesia, Korea, buy lottery. They believe that if I win billions of rupiah, all my problems will be solved. You know what really happened? This is the beginning of all your new problems. Why? Because when I did a study, is if you win a lot of money, you buy a house in a new neighborhood, rich neighborhood. The neighbors, they don't like you because you don't have the same hobby. All your friends call you to demand money. You cut off relations. And husband and wife fight about how to use the money. The children become lazy because they're dependent on. So what happens is those people who win the lottery end up losing relations, end up moving to new communities. And 65% become miserable. And also, I'm a professor in business. If you have billions of rupiah, what will you do with it? If you have never handled money or invested in stock, most likely you will lose it. Okay? Don't know how to manage rupiah. Maybe you can manage 10 or 20,000 rupiah, but how would you manage billions? You don't have the knowledge, capacity, and social network. So if you have a lot of money and you end up losing it, go into depression. So money is like addiction. Did Prophet Muhammad tell you to make as money as possible? So spirituality, the connectedness. So it is important that I mention that you have to have a purpose in life. And what I meant by caring and sharing, not just handing out money, because it will make them more addictive. What is your purpose? And you are going to the goal. So this is what we call positive aging. You know, in positive aging, as you get old, you need to be able to handle your health and relationship. And the third most important thing is you need to. You're happy when you help other people. And this is what happens in your brain. And that's why religion tells people and help other people. You know why? That's the first step to heaven. People think, oh, I'll exploit people, then I'll go to heaven. No, it doesn't work that way. You can experience a bit of heaven, happiness, by helping others. And if you're poor and if you're miserable, what will you do? You generate more poverty or misery. This is what we call the basis of terrorism. Terrorize people. I'm angry and I'm mad. The other is, if you are able to gain reason, share. And remember when I talked about having a baby that is totally helpless? You share, you communicate, and the baby makes you happy. And it's sharing and caring. And similarly, if there are people who are unfortunate, like disability, or people who are unfortunate, have to share. Not money, what you know. Your empathy. And help them to develop a sense of purpose. And with the sense of purpose, you share your knowledge and show that you can. So why am I in Indonesia? I've learned psychology. I learned business. I want to share this information. A lot of young people are watching K-pop and K-drama, and I'm horrified. Don't want to be like, they come to Korea. Technology, infrastructure is, but they're depressed. 40% live by themselves. They have the highest suicide rate, highest divorce rate. And children do not want to get married because they cannot afford a car and a house. Do you want to be like that? Then why are you watching K-pop and K-drama? It looks nice. The cosmetic, the dancing, talking. But that is an illusion. So Indonesians have to examine your family, community, how to develop the community. One of the problems you have to solve is poverty, because that's the worst thing that you can. Second thing that you have to solve is corruption, because few people are getting super rich and abuse others. You have to implement the basic religious practice, caring for people. The biggest problem I see as a Korean educated in Canada, the psychology that you're learning, is it helping you to understand who you are, develop your relationship so that you can be healthy, happy, and are you teaching a psychology that is positive to Indonesia? My conclusion, psychological theories are very negative. It tells us human beings are just like animals. We're only here to compete. Is this a psychology? Indirectly, you're teaching that. Whenever you talk about Freud, behaviorism, cognitive psychology, social psychology. So, can you develop your own in cultural psychology that helps you to understand, help young people develop and succeed? And the biggest asset compared to Korea and the West is community, sense of community. And in Islam, it's called Ummah. Prophet Muhammad, community and belief. And community is essential because this is where we live. This is where we work. This is where we relate to one another. In addition to family, you need to have a resilient, vibrant community. And once you have a community, then you have to create a functional society. But what is happening when I go to Jakarta or Surabaya, the communities are destroyed. Young people are living by themselves, competing with them. Do you want Indonesia to be like Jakarta or Surabaya? What are you losing when you create such a large mega cities? In terms of the environment, in terms of the pollution, in terms of the noise, in terms of the competition. Is this the future that you want for your children? So this is the American model of capitalism. Success, money, the best person wins. But is this the country, culture that you want to create? Or do you want to create another version? The psychology is not just about understanding. Andrea said we can change for the better. So I have a purpose in life, but the community should also have the shirt. You have to create a community that where people can help build a better community. So I visited Malang, and I'm very happy. The roads, the infrastructure, much better than Bandung. When I go to Bandung with a lot of potholes, I feel a lot of corruption. Because the politicians are taking money out and not putting into the roads. At least Malang, you have a very good community. So can you make it better? And how can you do this? You have to do research. So I am working at Angus to look at factors that predicts happiness. We need data. Factors that affect stress or depression. And factors that affect leadership. What is leadership? You have to be a leader in your own. How can you be a leader in a community if you cannot manage yourself? So this is a study that I am exploring. You have to understand that, yes, the common is very important. You have to have purpose in life. Companies cannot simply try to make as money as possible. But the goal of many companies are incorrect. Not to make money, but to create a customer. And to do so, you have to be innovative and to understand. So that's the business side. So the most important thing about leadership, can you manage yourself to achieve the goal? What is the goal? What are your strengths? Don't focus on the negative because it'll make you miserable. Focus on your strength and build on your strength. And this is called efficacy. And where do you belong? Who will support you? Who will help you? And what are your values? And can you accept other members who are very different? Because people people who are similar, you will not learn from. Because you have already learned everything from your parents, right? So you have to meet new people, different people who are different, people with new ideas, and work together to build a common future, community or company. Greatest asset, yes, caring and sharing is important, but in Indonesia, I see a lot of community. When I go to a community, they say "Selamat Datang," the name of the community. And so, but this is disintegrating. A lot of young people spend too much time on smartphone because it gives you instant. You know what smartphone cannot give you? Empathy. All the emojis and stuff. does not operate the same way as meeting people, talking to people. That's why I traveled 10, 15 hours to Manila. Talking to a small screen drives me crazy. So thank you for your comment. You have to have a purpose in it. You have to know your strength. What are you good at? And if you accomplish something, feel good. But imagine you have no one to talk to. I did something wonderful, and there, you have to talk to a wall. Imagine there's someone, oh, wonderful, great job. And you share, oh, some of the things. Why don't I? That person will, I can develop. Caring and sharing, not a religious idea. That will make, but you cannot share something that you have. One of them is money. One of them and knowledge. Is how we evolved as the most successful through cooperation, taking care of others. So rationality is one, empathy is. This is what Indonesians have. When I meet Indonesians, they always smile. And I don't want to smile, but I end up smiling. And you know what happens? I become happy. I go to Germany, everybody's frowning. Okay? And so they're making themselves and other people. And go to Korea, people. The only place people smile, Indonesia and Hawaii. And I'm happiest when I don't drive like crazy. Someone, I stop. And, why don't you? And I'm happy, and we can. What kind of future do you want to have? What kind of community? So money will get rid of problems and it can make you satisfied, but it won't make you healthy, and it will not give you. Based on an 85-year-old, and so psychological, but you know this is. So thank you very much for your wonderful questions. I hope that I answered some of it, and because of limited time, I could not go in further.
Thank you, Professor Kim. I think that is question recapping all questions, and I hope this is first and the end of the question in relation to the first by Dr. Kim. To sum up, let me recap what we have been through. This topic of unleashing human potential, co-creativity, and sustainable development. The role of psychology, community, and culture in promoting healthy human development and quality of life points. Humanity exists in the realm of culture and the state of mind within healthy life and lifetime. Culturally, individuals should manage life to live longer than animals do. Psychologically, self-efficacy such as mastery and vicarious experiences, social persuasions, and affective state as main sources on human potential are the management of healthy life. Humans migrate from one region to another. The migration can change physical and psychological states. Each individual share minds with each other to control life and anticipate possible threats. Gradually, they create instinct to maintain the kingdom of humanity in a way of domestication, which indicates the human thoughts to imitate natural resources, work such as animals, survival, plants growing, or weather conditions. When we assume a psychological phenomenon, a variety of contexts is dependent on meanings. Thus, a variety of meanings on signs, symbols, or other typical materials or immaterials creates understanding indigenous psychology. Happiness, which is the ultimate realm of human kingdom, according to indigenous psychology, satisfies what people change and move physical and psychological aspects in harmony. caring and sharing with one another is the best example of life happiness. In addition to this, everyone should engage with a variety of their own life objectives at the same time. In the end, psychology theories are very negative, according to Professor Kim, as they are compelling human to be competitive, not resilient, not communicative, not healthy environment, and many other things to happen. Therefore, you need to manage yourself to handle problems, innovate, efficacy, a way of strength of your. Now, I would like to thank you, Professor Kim, by showing and displaying a certificate of appreciation. And let's applaud him. For the next session, is Prof. Aisa available there? Joined. Okay. Second keynote speaker, talking about positive psychology, focuses on cultivating resilient growth mindset, optimism, and self-compassion to promote well-being and happiness. Resilient refers to the ability to cope with whatever life throws at you and bounce back from challenges. Resilient person works through challenges by using personal strengths or the positive capacity of psychological capital like health, optimism, self-efficacy. Growth mindset is the belief that your basic qualities are things you can cultivate through your effort. This contrasts with a fixed mindset, which is the belief that qualities are carved in stone, elevating on the positive aspect of life and expecting to happen. Practicing self-compassion involves showing kindness, understanding towards ourselves when we fail or are hurt, rather than being critical, judging ourselves harshly. When we already feel pain, we can recognize negative judgment, treat ourselves patient, instead. Cultivating this positive happiness. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Panatik Abdul Rahman. Is a distinguished professor of industrial and organizational psychology at the School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, University Technology Malaysia, and a leading voice in the field of industrial and organizational psychology. He has made numerous contributions to work-life integration, work design, work-related attitudes and behaviors, workplace spiritual, ethics and integrity, occupational well-being and performance, and positive psychology, and has inspired countless individuals with her work. We are truly fortunate to have her here with us today to share her insights and expertise. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Siti Aisyah Panatik Abdul Rahman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and
Waalaikumsalam.
very good morning. So thank you to our moderator for this session, okay, and our honorable director of UIN, Maulana Malik Ibrahim, Professor Dr. H.M. Zainuddin, and the honorable of the Dean of the Fakultas Psychology, UIN Maulana Malik, Professor Dr. Hajar Rifah Hidayah, my friend, and all the fellow academics and beloved students and participants in this keynote speech. So, as mentioned by the moderator, the topics of my presentation is related to the positive psychology. So let me say my slide. Okay, so I hope that you can see the slide now in the screen. Okay, so the
Yes.
so the topic that given to me is about the positive psychology, cultivating resilience, growth mindset, elevating optimism, and practicing self-compassion. So in this brief keynote speech, because my time is around 45 minutes to talk about this topic, so I will try my best to share with all the participants in this session to understand this. And the most important part is how we can apply in our everyday life. And I also joined a bit from the keynote speaker one just now. So this topic also can be continuity from the prior topics that discussed by our keynote speaker one. So it's quite a pretty similar, but here I will more discuss on the perspective of positive psychology, how we can use this in order for us to be more happier, okay, and also to eliminate all the obstacles, not eliminate actually, but how to overcome all the obstacles that happen in our life, because it is normal for us to have all obstacle in life, because that is a taste of life. But how we approach it in a positive way without we ignore the negative things in our life, because this is normal things happen in as a human being. All right, so first of all, I would like to introduce a brief about the conceptualization of the positive psychology, because this is something new branch in psychology, because traditionally psychology mostly look into the mental illness and so on. And then this positive psychology was introduced by the father of positive psychology, which is Professor Martin Seligman from the University of Pennsylvania. Introduced one of the important branch in psychology also need to be embedded to see more on the human strength, rather than we focus on the repairing the bad things in human life. So there is a lot of debate in the beginning in order to introduce this one of the branch in psychology. But actually, when we look into the historical part of psychology, like Maslow theory, so actually this positive psychology is already embedded in the concept of self-actualization in the hierarchical of the human need in Maslow theory. And similarly, in the Carl Rogers also mentioned in the theory of humanistic, it is related to the perfection in happiness. So basically, this element is already in discussed in most of the theory in psychology, but not really emphasized in terms of the application in the psychology as a whole. So that's why Professor Martin Seligman introduced this term, positive psychology, in order to to see that psychology not only look into the mental illness, but we also need to pay attention to the main mission of psychology, which is helping others to give birth identity in nurture individuals' talent, and expand the definition of psychology to include a positive mental health rather than the disease that mostly discussed in the traditional psychology in terms of human perspective. So when we look into this, one of the great definition provided by Professor Peterson here. So basically, this positive psychology is scientific approach. Like we know that psychology is a scientific approach to study human thoughts, feelings, and behavior. But here we focus on strength instead of weaknesses. Because as we know that human being, we have both of these. Okay, we have our strength, we have our weaknesses, but this positive psychology will more emphasize, highlights, okay, how we can utilize, okay, our strength in order to overcome all the obstacles or tests that we face in our life. Okay, and also building the good in life, okay, instead of referring the bad and taking the life of average people up to great, okay, instead of we focus on the struggling up to normal. Okay, because usually when we talk about psychology, it's like, you know, we're helping people who are struggling to become normal. So that's why in this positive psychology, it is like a prevention in order for us to be, you know, a strong person. So we need to know about our strength. Okay, so we need to leverage, okay, our strength, okay, in our life in order to be one of our coping strategy with whatever, okay, situation that we face in our life. So this is okay, just to show you about the the comparison, okay, the transition, okay, between the traditional psychology, which is okay, previously when we look into the historical, more focusing on the what is wrong with an individual and emphasizing the reduction of symptom and prevention of relapse. Okay, so that's why we are more focusing on the mental illness, okay, how to help this person in order to overcome this and so on. But okay, in this positive psychology, we give this booster, okay, to the individual, which is we are more focusing on what is right with an individual to boost character strength. So it's okay, it's like our vaccine to boost, okay, our character of strength. And okay, the most important part here is to foster human flourishing. Okay, so we flourish human, okay, through this perspective when they know about what is their strength. So this can be one of the coping strategy. Like in this topic, I will discuss further about the resilience, okay, the mind setting and so on. So that is, okay, how we can you know, emphasize this, okay, highlight this, okay, for the human being in order to use, okay, to face all the situation that we face in our everyday life. So the aim of this positive psychology is to catalyze, okay, change in psychology from preoccupation only with repairing the worst things in life to also building the best qualities in life. So this is highlighted by Professor Martin Seligman. Coincidentally, at that time, he was appointed as the president of the APE, American Psychology Association. So this is the time to introduce this. Okay, so like in our academic curriculum also, okay, we already embedded this positive psychology is one of the core subject for our student to learn, okay, this positive psychology in order to emphasize, okay, what is the best qualities, characteristic, okay, in human life. Okay, okay, so this is basically, okay, the focus of this positive psychology, like how we can enhance the positive experience of a human being. So like happiness, joy, inspiration in love. So just now, okay, our first speaker, okay, talk about, okay, the some of how we form our outcome through our thoughts, okay, through our emotion. Then the last outcome is related to our behavior. So this actually is come from what we how we perceive, how we look at this perspective related to our mind setting and so on. And the second focus of this positive psychology is about positive state and traits. Okay, so what is our condition? What is our situational factors or traits like gratitude, okay, resilience, okay, and also compassion that I will talk later, okay, more emphasize on this. So this is our positive state that need to be used in order to overcome all the obstacles that we face, okay, in our life, like gratitude. If we are a gratitude person, so basically even though that we face some of the obstacles, okay, or the turbulence in our life, because we have this kind of state, gratitude, okay, so we can release, okay, our feelings, okay. we can turn our feelings from the negative emotion to the positive emotion, because we know that whatever things, if we have this kind of state gratitude, then we more likely to be accept the situational things that happen in our life. So this also already emphasized mostly in our religion, emphasize that for those that we have a high level of gratitude, so we are more calm and happy person, in terms of this. So so this is another focus of this positive psychology. And then the next is about positive institution. So how we apply the positive principle within entire organization and institution. So as I mentioned just now, so this perspective of positive psychology also need to be one of the program that we can embed it in our education, higher education, or in the primary school, in order for us to develop the the characters among our nation from the beginning, because mostly of the factors that influence our state or traits is because of the environmental factors like the parenting style and so on. So that's why this positive psychology also need to be instilled in the institutions, so in the family institution, in the education institution, and so on. So if we have this kind of guidelines, or program intervention that we can embed it, so we will spread this word of positive psychology in our society. And there are three stages, in terms of application of this element of positive psychology in human life. So basically, it is related to this, past. What is the things that happen in the past of our life? And then what is the things that happen in present? In current situation, and then what happened in the future. So these three perspectives, stages of life. So all these elements of positive psychology actually is there. So for example, like the past experience, so what we can feel, about the past experience, so it is related toward our positive emotion, like psychological well-being, in resilience, commitment, and satisfaction. So these elements in positive psychology is related to the what happened in the past. Either we face it in more positive way or in contradicted way. So this is depending on how we view this perspective. And the second stage in our life is in our current situation. So like our feeling now, so the flow of forgiveness, is one of the elements, important elements in the positive psychology, and also the self-compassion. So compassion here is when we have this higher level of not only for sympathy or empathy, but when we reach to this higher level of self-compassion, so we can more relax with our life, whatever things that happen we face. So because we know that we need to be kind to ourselves, in rahmah toward ourselves, bersifat rahmah, belas ihsan, really toward ourselves, and also happiness. So this is, we can feel it now. So but sometimes as a human being we forget about this. So that's why positive psychology need to spread into our society, in order to make sure that people, they know about this is the core strength that we need to emphasize in order to overcome all the obstacles that happen in our life. And for the future states, because it's a human being, so we can feel this, okay, past, present, and future. So future is like what we wish, what we hope, yeah, for the future. So in the positive psychology, we have this, how we see the future through like hope, okay, optimism, and also self-efficacy. Okay, so this is related to our thought. How we um, believe, okay, in what we want for the future. So this will make us to be more energized, okay, to get what we hope. For example, in the hope theory, so there are three elements, okay. So which is the first thing, we need to have our goals. So what is our goals? So it is related to the purpose. Okay, what is our purpose of life, for example? So if we have this purpose, okay, meaningful of purpose in our life, so this will lead us to put what the strategy that we can use in order to get fulfill, okay, our purpose, okay, what we want, okay. So the purpose need to be unique, based on the individual's perspective, okay. But we need to understand what is the right purpose, okay, for us. So in this thing, okay, related to our values, okay, our spirituality, and so on, okay. And then when we already have the strategy, so we put our effort in order to fulfill it, okay, not just like a wish, but we strive to to get, okay, what we already have in our belief system, okay. So this is for the related to the future stage. And like the optimism, okay, because optimism is related to our cognitive, our thoughts, okay, style, okay. So when we think about okay, all the things, okay, happen in our situation is just like temporary, for example. So we can overcome, okay, our like anxiety, okay, depression, and so on, when we face okay, the situation that perhaps this one of the obstacle that lead to the anxiety in our life. So this is, okay, the three stages, okay, in life that are related to this positive psychology elements, okay, just to give you some of the example of the elements here. And in this talk, I will focuses on the resilience, okay, compassion, and also the optimism in our growth mindset, okay, to okay, because positive psychology is so broad, okay, we have a lot of elements in there, but these elements that I discuss, okay, in this topics, okay, is the things that we use, apply, okay, in our everyday life. And then this is the prominent theory here related to the well-being in the positive psychology, which is this theory developed by Professor Martin Seligman, consisted of these five components, okay. So all this is the antecedents, okay, for the individual, okay, to be to this model, okay, to be more happy, and also we have a enhance, okay, our well-being. So the first is related to the positive emotions, okay. So this positive emotion is okay, related to our joyness in life, okay. We can feel joy, satisfaction, okay, and so on. So this okay is one of the component of our emotions, okay. And from the perspective of psychology is overall, okay. So basically, we is a human being, so we have both of the emotion, negative emotion and positive emotion. And both of these emotion, basically they have their own function in order for us to be more strong. For example, if we have a negative emotion, like fear, for example, so this emotion actually can be one of our survival toolkit. Fearness. Okay, if we worry worry about things. Okay, so this is our survival kit in order for us to thrive. To thrive in life. So when I talk about a positive emotion here, from the perspective of positive psychology, so we not deny the negative emotion, but we empower it in order for this emotion can become is our survival toolkit for thriving in life. Okay, so this is how we tune. This all the emotion into the positive emotion. And for the positive emotion like happiness, we have a joyness. So this emotion we can use as the growth toolkit, for us to more to not try, but we more develop our strength. So so this is the two perspectives. So it doesn't mean that we ignore the negative one, but we empower it in order to be our survival kit to for thriving and so on. And then the second key part here is engagement. So this is related to the how we engage with another people, another situation. So this also is one of the important components in life that can be sources or antecedents of the well-being of the human is a human being. So like so this like the keynote speaker just now mentioned about sharing and caring with other people. So this is like one of the research shown in the by the our keynote speaker just now. So our engagement, our relationship with the other people, is one of the important elements is a human being. So that's why from the Islamic perspective, for example, is stated that why our God, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala created human from the diverse, diverse in terms of the culture, diversity in terms of the gender, and so on. Because we need each other. So we need each other in order to fulfill our life in this world. From the Islamic perspective, we are the Khalifah. Is the leaders, how we can utilize all the resources in this world to be more beneficial to the entire people. So regardless of the religion, values, culture, countries, and so on. So this is one of the example that I want to show you why this engagement, positive relationship is one of the important component in the well-being for us to become more happier, because it can reduce the conflict in our society, in our country, in around the world, basically. But in reality, we can see that this is normally human. We forget about this element that's so important that need to be practiced. So that's why we can see that there is a lot of conflict and so on. Because of we feel in terms of this, how we practice this in our everyday life. And then the next is about meaningful purpose. So this is related to our purpose of life. Purpose of life. So if we have very clear in terms of the purpose of life, so we know where we are and we are going after this. So this also is one of the important sources to enhance well-being. So this meaningful purpose can lead us to be more aware about our present state and what we want to become for the future. And this perspective can enhance our effort because when our thoughts, our emotion is there, so it will lead to the action. Action is related to our behavior. Okay. And the last component related to the accomplishment. Okay. So actually, when we look into the Maslow theory, accomplishment, actualization, that is the highest level of the human needs. So if we can accomplish our mission, vision, what we want in our life, so this is the sources of the well-being. So this theory already studied empirically by most of the researchers, in terms of their consequences to the outcome, like happiness, well-being, and also can reduce anxiety, depression, and so on. So just to introduce about that one, and this is some of the research findings related to the positive psychology, just to show you some of them. So like the first one is this the first study by Howell and Hill 2009. So this related to the about what important to boost our happiness. So from this study related to the positive experiences, it's more important provide to boost our happiness compared to spending money under materials positions. So because I remember our first keynote speaker mentioned about this issue. So this is also proven in the research findings from the positive psychology. And like the gratitude is a big contributor to happiness in life. And because this can like the hormone oxytocin is one of the happiness hormone. Can be provoked through the great trust, empathy, morality, like compassion. So this element in positive psychology somehow can release secret our happiness hormone like oxytocin. So from the scientific perspective, from the biological perspective, also already shown to us that when we do something good things, like we help others, like compassion, so it will enhance our hormone oxytocin. So this is one of the happiness hormone. So the biological scientific also proven this thing from the prior research, just to mention here. And like the another research is about the acts of kindness, acts of kindness to others. So this not only to boost our well-being, but also can make us be more accepted by other peers. So this will enhance the good things in our society. And the last, I just to read about the spending money on other people result in greater happiness for the giver. So this is like sedekah. So that's why in our in Islam religion, for example, sedekah, we give charity to the other people. So one of the good things, amal ibadah that we need to do. So that's why from this proven empirical study. So when we give charity, sedekah to other people, so we feel greater happiness. Okay, so why this happen? Because from the biological perspective, so it can release our dopamine hormone. Okay, it is a love hormone that when we help the other people in terms of spending money or whatever things that we do to make other people happy. So this also can make us happier. Okay, great happiness. Okay, in terms of this. So this is just to show you, okay, the important, okay, and proven by the prior research. Okay, just to show you some of the research. But if you search the literature, you can find there is a lot of another findings related to this. And okay, now I move to this more specific to resilience in the positive psychology. So basically, it is related to about how we can bounce back from the obstacle that happen in our life. And the most important thing here is about the adaptation, how we adapt, the positive adaptation to the significant adversity that we face, the human being face in their everyday life. So because we cannot eliminate all the obstacles or the turbulence or maybe any things that happen in our life, because life is a test. Kita sentiasa diuji. Okay, so that's why the most important is how we make sure that we can have the positive adaptation to the significant adversity that happen in our life. So so that's why this is related to our resilience. And basically, this resilient can be one of the things that we can learn. So resilience can be learned, but at the same time also can be, what is a trait? Because some people, okay, they have, prone to be more resilient and so on. But okay, the most important thing here, resilience can be nurtured, and from the perspective of psychology. So that's why it is a very important from the early development of the human being, the child development. So it is important for the parents to provide the environment that can nurture this resilience among our children. And similarly in our school also need to be embedded this program how to nurture resilience among our children, because it is easy to build up, cultivate this resilience from early of life, especially during the childhood, in order for them to develop is a resilient person. But it doesn't mean that when we are in the adulthood, so it still can be nurtured, if we more understand about our strength. And so this is just to show you about the perspective of this resilience, the application of this resilience. So we have this two condition, internal condition, and also the external condition. So and also we have the present state and future state. Okay, so for this resilient perspective. And in the present state, so we can see here there are two important things. It's about control and involvement. So what is control here? It is related to being composed and control under stressful adversity. Okay, so this is influenced by our present state, and also the internal condition. Internal condition. So what is our internal condition? So internal condition is related to our belief toward our capability to to see all the stressful adversity in our life to control it. So if we have this kind of belief system on this, so we can apply our positive adaptation. So so that is from our internal condition. And involvement, this one is related to the external condition. So this is related to our commitment to deal with the adversity. So being committed to deal with the adversity. So how we deal with all the tests that we face, like during the pandemic, COVID-19. So we all of us face this kind of turbulence in life in terms of our economics, and in terms of our career, work-life balance happen that time. So how we deal with this adversity. So this influenced by our present state and also our external conditions that happen in our life. So when I talk about external conditions, not only based on our state, internal condition, is a human being, but we also need other people in order for us to deal with this perspective. So that's why we need to don't be isolated with other people, because even though that we are strong people, but we still need other people to help us. So social support, the system support that we have, like family or maybe our close friend and so on, that can be one of our system support that we can use to deal this current situation. So that's why so support is one of the coping strategy for us in order to bounce back from the adversity. So even though that we can cultivate our own strength, but we still need this system to support us, because we are human beings, we are not perfect, so we have our own weaknesses, also that need to be occupied with the other support system that can be used, and not only from support from people, but also from the facilities, from the institutional, and so on. So this is so important to be embedded. And the next component here is about the growth. So this is related to the future state and also internal. What is our internal condition? So for this growth, so it is related to being able to keep growing and bounce back stronger from the adversity, because all the obstacles or the adversity that we face in our life actually is a learning process. It's a learning process. So we learn from all these obstacles, like our experience during the pandemic COVID-19. Even though that in the beginning, most of us are struggling to overcome, to deal with this, sudden situation, that crisis that happened around the world, not only in our own country, but around the world, it affect our life, affect all the institutional things, but from there, we learn something that can be one of the tools for us to grow. So one of the example is like, the digital, the use of the technology. So now when we, like today, we have this conference. So this, we learn from the prior situation that actually we can utilize technology to connect it, even though that we are far. So like me, so I'm in Malaysia, but I still can engage with the participant of this conference through this technology. So we we learn for growth from our adversity that previously happened in our life. So this is I gave some of the examples. So this influenced by our internal condition and our future state. So that's why it's continuity. So how we use all the adversity that happen in life to be one of the learning process that we learn. So that's why in psychology, most of the research stated that the successful person basically they become from the failure. So meaning to say that the experience, all the obstacle, the failure in life, but the growth, because of the learn to be more creative, how to handle, how to deal this adversity, if they can use their internal condition to use the positive adaptation, okay, to be a coping strategy. So one of the important tools here actually is our thought, our cognitive, okay, our belief toward the particular adversity that happened in our life. Okay, so so that we call is growth mindsetting. Okay, so I will talk the growth mindsetting. So we use this in order for us to thrive from the obstacles that we face in our life. Okay, and okay, the last but not least about the resourceful. Okay, so this are related to being able to find appropriate solution from available resources to deal with adversity. So this is okay, influence okay, with our external condition, okay, and also the future state. So okay, what is our available resources to deal with adversity? So basically, for those resilient person, okay, because they can bounce back from this particular situation, so they can think more rational, okay, about what is available resources that they can use, they can get, okay, in order to deal with the particular situation or adversity happen in our life. So because we still can think rationally, okay, in terms of this, okay, so so that's why, okay, so it's easy, okay, for the resilient person to get resources, okay, for them to bounce back from the particular adversity when they face, okay, something okay, stressful or very significant adversity in their life. So that's why because one of the strength, okay, of the human being created by our God, okay, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, okay, mentioned in the Surah At-Tin, Surah At-Tin in Quran for Muslim, okay. So we can see the surah ayat number 4 mentioned about okay, human being is created is the best creation, okay, by our God because of our akal, fikiran, our thought, okay, because we can think what is the rational things that we can do in life compared to the animal and so on. Okay, so this is already stated in the Quran, but we is the strength character is a human being created by our God. So if we able to use this, our perspective on our cognitive, how we view the situation, so this can help us to be more creative in think about what is the strategy for us to bounce back from the obstacles, okay, or from the adversity that happen in our life. Okay, and then okay, so that's why, okay, so we need to identify and leverage our own strength. Okay, so basically the strength is already inside us, okay, but we need to identify and leverage. And one of the things happen in human life in a human being, basically one of the character, okay, of human being is always forget about okay, the good things, okay, okay, but mostly human is a human being, they just look into the the bad thing first, the problem, okay, the problematic situation rather than the entire, okay, of the situation. So that is one of the nature, okay, is a human being, the true nature. So that's why we need to cultivate it. It's a habit to see our strength need to be identified and leverage it. So that's why in the positive psychology we have the intervention, okay, like the diary, okay, to okay, one of the popular intervention in positive psychology to cultivate this resilience is like the gratitude diaries. Okay, we need to state every day. So what the good things, the 3 good things, very significant, okay, happen in our life in order for us to always okay, remember that there is a lot of nikmat that we get in our life, rather than we just focus on the small things. But because of the nature of the human being, they always focus on the problematic things. Okay, so that's why this perspective prone to go to the anxiety, depression, and so on, because of focus on this. But if we focus on our strength, so whatever adversity situation, so we can look from the big perspective, okay, that beside this problem, so we still have too many good things happen in our life. So that's why we need to identify, leverage our own strength in order to be mindfulness. So also is so important. So consciously embracing moment of daily life in being fully present lead to increased happiness. So that's why in positive psychology for educational, I talk about the educational intervention, and mostly already used in some of the institutions like in the US, in the Australia. Okay, so they use this, the gratitude diaries embedded into their some of the activities, for their educational toolkit, in order to make sure that these children, these students, they always mindfulness, about the things that they have in life. So this can increase happiness and gratitude, and so on. So we try to cultivate to be more kind person, in the future. Okay, so that is the things that we need to emphasize, and then using our signature strength. Okay, so the good life, this is a quote from Professor Martin Seligman. Okay, the good life is using our signature strength every day to produce authentic happiness and abundant gratification. So so that's why the diary, the gratitude diary is so important. So like in as a Muslim, for example, so we are required to always make a reflection, muhasabah, muhasabah reflection, toward what happened in our life every day, when we pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. So this actually is one of the how we can emphasize our signature strength. But when we emphasize our signature strength, we must put the perspective of the holistic psychology, like from our belief, our thoughts, our emotion, then can produce the outcome of our behavior. So this is important part, because if we want to get the desired outcomes, so it must related to our how we react with the particular environmental. So the reaction here must be consistent. It is consistent. Our cognitives, our emotion, how we perceive the situation. Either this is we cannot fix it, or we can move on through this perspective. So this can be cultivated from time to time, because as I said, human beings always forgetness. So this is the surah from Quran that I mentioned about human strength. So from Surah At-Tin, ayat the verse 4. So sesungguhnya kami, so the Allah Subhanahu wa Taala created human in the best creation, and suitable with our state. So when tafsir, interpret from this, and you read, from the Quran. So why we are the best creation from the God, because we have our akal, the wisdom, that we can use to think, to make a decision in life, because we have our akal, or brain, the mind, that we can utilize, what is the things, that we can do, so we can decide, so this is depends on the individual. You want to use our wisdom, to is one of our tools here, for facing all the adversity in life or not. So there is okay. So that's why here is this related this surah actually it related to the positive psychology that mentioned about our strength as a human being compared to the another creation like animal, so on. So and when we go to the our brain autonomy also, actually it's a very beautiful creation by our God that we already supply with all the the tools that we can utilize in life, how to survive, how to grow in our everyday life in this world. So that's why Allah Subhanahu wa Taala created us is the Khalifah, the leaders. Leaders here is not necessarily that we need to become a prime minister, but how we lead ourselves to be more beneficial to the other people. So when we knowing about our strengths, so we also can help our greater vitality and also motivation, clearer sense of direction, higher self-confidence, productivity, and a higher probability of goal attainment. So so that's why it's so important for us to to practice this reflection in everyday life. And this also another surah from Al-Baqarah. So this world we still taste you. So this is our nature, is a human in this world. So we always taste with the obstacles, adversity in life, with something of fear in hunger, some loss in goods or lives or the fruit, or you toil, but give glad tidings to those who patiently persevere, who say when afflicted with calamity, to Allah we belong, and to Him is our return. So this is related to our gratitude. So that's why this element, even though that the taste is a normal things happen in human life, but if we are patient in gratitude, so this is the elements character, the strength of our character that we can reduce or can be our coping strategy to face this kind of situation. And so this is the framework, how the challenge, hindrance, stressor framework will lead to thriving. And this framework also actually already scientifically proven by the empirical study. So like the challenge, stressor, will lead to the positive effect, and which in turn can enhance the thriving at work. And for the hindrance stressor, for example, can read we can be it's a negative toward the positive effects and also the side efficacy. But for the resilient person, so we can enhance our thriving at work, because both of these is a learning process for those that they have a higher level of resilience. So that's why I learn to perceive obstacle as challenges rather than hindrance. So this is the things that we need to cultivate. So people who view problem with curiosity are more likely to solve the issue and move forward rather than be defeated by the issue itself. So so efficacy also is one of the important trait, disposition, elements of the individual. If we believe about our capability to handle any obstacle in our life, so this is related to our thought, our thinking style, so our belief system toward our capability, then we can resolve the particular challenge in life. In fact, we can use all the our experience is a learning process to be more strong person, and more resilient person, toward the particular things. And so challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. Because we both of this, so we learn from there. So that is the beauty of all the tests, all the adversity that happen in our life, because for the positive, if we can utilize our strengths, so we can see the positive perspective rather than the negative perspective. But it doesn't mean that we ignore the negative things, but we empower, okay, our capability, our strength in order to highlight, to emphasize, okay, the positive things, okay. Moderator, I still have time, so just remind me, so I can okay, try my best to follow the times, okay. And then this is another, I think you already maybe familiar for psychology student. I think this ABC model is something familiar with us when we learn about the story about, okay, activating even adversity, okay, and about our belief. So this is about belief system, okay, and then okay, will lead to the emotional consequences, okay, and okay. The next, okay, disposition to challenge irrational beliefs. So that's why here, okay, so how we utilize our beliefs, okay, to the rational thinking, okay. So that's why effective new belief replace the irrational ones, okay. So this is how we, use our belief system in order to see about our anything events or tests or adversity that happen in life. So the belief is so important, okay, for us to either we can use, okay, that particular thing is okay, to be what is a learning process and how to become more resilient and so on. So so that's why, okay, this actually can be practiced in our daily life, okay, in terms of our belief, okay, toward the adversity or anything situation in our everyday life. But this need to be practiced, okay, practice, okay, because we are human being, so we are not perfect, but we can practice it, all this thinking system in order to make it permanent and can be a habit for us. So when this thing can be a habit, okay, become a habit, so we can cultivate it and use it in our future life, okay, in everyday life and so on, okay. But we need to practice, okay, all those things because it's a human. So basically, okay, so that is our, function in this world, actually, to learn, okay, use our wisdom, okay, to think what is the good thing and so on. And related to this, just very brief about the mindsetting. So when I talk about belief just now, so it's related to our mindsetting, and based on the cognitive psychologists, like Carol Duke, actually proposed, okay, introduce this, okay. So basically, we have these two perspectives of the mindsetting: fixed mindset and growth mindsetting. So for those that they have the fixed mindsetting, so basically they avoid challenges to prevent failure. Okay, so because the too rigid, okay, with the particular situation, so that's why for this person basically they have a difficulty to be more resilient. Okay, and compared to growth mindsetting, so there is a room for growth and change, okay, because they can use their abilities and intelligence, okay, to learn, okay, from time to time or related to adversity that happen in their life. So that's why for the growth mindsetting person, basically they can embrace the challenges and possible failures is one of the things that they learn and relearn, okay, and to become more resilient and creative to use what is the adaptation that can be used in life, okay, to face all the obstacles. So that's why when we already face the adversity, so we become more creative and resilient, and also can think about the new solution, okay, the solution for whatever obstacle that we have, because we can find out, okay, the resources also, okay, and for this kind of person, so the more will comes the constructive feedback, compared to the fixed mindsetting. they are more view feedback is the personal ethics. So this also, even though that some of the cognitive psychologists mention that is a trait, but okay, also can be nurtured. Okay, especially during the childhood. Actually, see, most of the developmental psychology actually, it is important to develop our mind setting during the early stage of life, especially during the childhood, to become habit for them during early in life. Okay, rather than during the adulthood and so on. Is quite the identity is already there. Okay, so that's why it's quite slowly to nurture. Okay, but we still can do. Okay, not too late. Okay, and so on. Still can be done. All right, and optimism. So this is another elements in the positive psychology related to our belief also. Okay, toward the outcomes of event or experiences will how we view the situation. So there are two perspective of the human beliefs. So some people they view the things if the person related to the fixed mind setting just now I mentioned. For this person, usually they are more prone to not optimistic, pessimistic. Yes, so that is the contradict with the optimism is pessimist person. So basically, for the fixed mind setting person, usually they are pessimist because the view or the situation is permanent things. So that's why they give up. And they cannot move on. Then that's why it lead to the anxiety, depression, and so on. Okay, but for the optimist person, okay, because they have a growth mindset, so they view the situation is only temporary. So this is how the optimism person view the adversity that happen in our life. So all the obstacle, all the test is only temporary. Then we can have the energy to find out what is the coping that we can use to the particular events. So like I mentioned our experience during the pandemic. There is an increment in terms of the subside, including in Malaysia. During that time, there is increment of the suicidal in our society because of the somehow they see the view this particular adversity is something that cannot be changed. So that's why they took the the action that not necessarily to be used, like suicide and so on. But for the growth mindset, even though that maybe some of our people during that time lost their job, and so on, but they can think creatively, how to overcome the situation by like make a business, the online business and so on. So there is they can view the perspective it the big perspective. So that's why they can think about the solution. So that's why this is the optimism person. So so that's why this optimist person, they likely to see the causes of failure or negative experiences is temporary rather than permanent. So specific rather than global, and external rather than internal. So that is the important here. So and also this the explanatory style of the optimist person. So they always think about this related to the events that they face. So did it happen because of me internal or something or someone else? Jadi basically for optimist person, they not blame only on herself. So they need to look from the entire perspective. And will this always happen to me? Stable, or can I change what caused it or unstable? So this is the way of thinking. So we can choose which one, okay, that we use. So and then is this something that affect all aspect of my life, okay, or was it a solitary occurrence limited? So this is okay the explanatory style that reflect the attribution that a person, okay, forms about how they view the event, the situation. So if they always blame on he or herself, okay, or they always view that the things is stable or keep permanent, okay, and okay the something okay events or the adversity happen, okay, will affect all the aspect of the life, so they can become a pessimist person, okay. So contradicted with the person optimist, so they see some whatever thing happen, so not totally come from us, but maybe because of the external factors, and then this one is only temporary, so it only affect the small matter in life, okay. So this is okay the way of how a person okay explain the things that happen in their everyday life, okay. So the benefit, I think, okay, we okay, now about the benefit of this optimism, okay. So it can be the protective factors, okay, protective factors against depression, okay, and also most importantly also okay is a protective for us to from the serious medical problem, and also like
Prof.
coronary.
Aisa, excuse me, can you gear up? Can you
Okay,
accelerate?
yeah, all
Now we
right.
have 11:45.
Okay, okay. So I think this is the last, but not least, about the topics. Okay, that I will discuss about the self-compassion. So this actually is related to how we become a kind person toward ourselves. But because I want to explain this, not more toward to selfish, because self-compassion is not selfish. Not only emphasize on our own self, but when we be kind to ourselves, at the same time we need to become kind to the other people. So okay, so that is okay the okay the self-compassion. And actually this is one of the case, just to to say with you the situational okay related to the person that they are not compassion toward yourself. So what happened to this person? So like in this case, Rose case, so even though that she have a loving husband, okay, okay, and deeply kind person, okay, devoted wife, and parents, supportive friend, and hard workers. She also find time to volunteer for 2 local charities, okay. She appear to be an ideal role model. However, Rose in therapy because her level of stress are so high. So she is tired all the times, depressed and unable to sleep. So she experienced chronic low-level digestive problem, and sometimes to her horror, they snap at her husband and kid. So okay, so that's this is just to show you some of the case, okay. That even though that this person actually is have a good life, okay, but because of lack of self-compassion, so this person still can get the depression, okay, and insomnia and so on. So that's why okay okay, because in this case always feeling that whatever is done is not good enough. So some person they have this kind of feelings, okay. So yet she would never consider trying to be compassionate to herself. So this is one of the example, okay, to show you, okay. So when we talk about self-compassion, basically we have these 3 components. The self-kindness, okay, belonging toward ourselves instead, okay, of self-critical. Like the case that I get to you, case of Rose, so always critique herself, okay, that she still not good, do the good thing and so on, okay. So okay, and common humanity, We are not perfect, so we need to be aware in terms of this. Okay, so that's why whatever things happen, so based on our own capacity, because everyone, so we have our own capacity, so we cannot compare ourselves to the other people. Jadi jangan bandingkan to the other people, because we are not perfect, so we do our task based on our own capability, capacity, okay, kemampuan kita. Because it's mentioned in our religion also, our God, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, give a taste to us based on our capability or our capacity. Okay, in mindfulness, so we need to notice our struggle. Okay, instead of reactive, in avoiding judgment or overreaction toward the situation. Okay. All right, so because our time is so limited, so this is from Islamic perspective in terms of this, okay? Because I want to, I mentioned this, okay, to, because some of the misconception when we talk about self-compassion, so some, okay, maybe will lead to the selfish, but in here, compassion here is not to become a selfish, just focus on ourselves, but okay, based on this Surah An-Nisa, so this is related to when we do kindness, okay, not only for us, but we need to do kind to our parents, okay, our kerabat, okay, anak yatim, okay, the poor people, okay, our neighborhood, okay, our colleague at workplace, and so on. And Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, not like for those that they are arrogant and proud in terms of their own self. Okay, so this is to overcome the misconception, okay, of the self-compassionate. Okay, and okay, so this is the take-home message. So I hope that from this sharing, so we apply, okay, encourage people to discover and nurture our character strength. Okay, and need for the individual to shift their negative outlook to more optimistic view, okay, in order to improve our quality of life. Okay, so with that, thank you for your patience to listen my sharing. So I pass to the moderator. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Aisha. The keynote speaker presented some fascinating data and insights, and I really appreciated her ability to break down complex concepts and make them accessible to everyone. I feel like I learned so much in a short amount of time. But now let me open question and answer session. Identify your name and where you are from while you are raising your hand at Zoom. Each question is followed by answers as to direct response to the question. Please raise your hand at Zoom if you have any questions. Okay, in meeting room, we have questions. Please, Intan, you have a question? Do you have a questions? Yeah, sure. Can anyone give a microphone? Microphone, please. Cici. Your voice. Voice. Okay. While waiting
Okay.
for question. Okay, have you found your questions?
Okay. First, Aisha, the same name. The positive institution is one of the focus of positive psychology. But why is that when we have decided to go into an organization that has value in our field, there is an impersonal force that can lower our mental health? how do we balance our values with our difference? Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you to our to the participant that asked this very good question. Okay, so yeah, as I mentioned during my talk. Okay, so usually this is our task. Okay, how we can disseminate this important of positive psychology in our institutional. Okay. Because this will affect human life. Okay, so for example, in this example of question just now, so not all the is still in the in the place for us to to disseminate the mission and vision of the positive psychology to be embedded in the institutional, in our society, in our any system, in our environment and so on, to apply this positive psychology. But if we face this kind of situation, it's like you asked just now, how to balance. So it is important for us to use our mind setting, to see the perspective. So like maybe we meet the toxic person, for example. A toxic person. Or maybe in our environment also there is another word like positive toxicity. So sometimes this person they try to give something like a positive, but actually will harmful toward our emotion, feeling, and so on. And how we face this kind of situation. First of all, so the mindset, whatever things happen, so we need to look from not to harmful ourselves, but we need to think that this is from the perspective of this person, not about me. So whatever person talk, not influence to me. So we try to accept it. It is so because it is hard for us to change people. Actually, what we can change is about our reaction. So the outcome, either we stressful, we are just not affected with this. So that is depending on our reaction. So so if we can control our reaction toward the particular situations, so inshallah, so we can balance our feeling toward this particular situation that happened, because we cannot expect that even though that is I mentioned this positive psychology we need to spread in our society, but in human life actually we can face too many things that happen. So the best thing that we can balance is about our how we can control our own reaction toward the particular environment. So the desired outcomes is depending on how we control our reaction. So this reaction is about our cognitive and our emotion. So our cognitive, so if we feel that this is not a good thing, then just we ignore it and not to think too much in order for us to it's a self-care for us to balance this kind of feelings. So I think this is my brief answer about this question. So I hope that I answer the question.
Have you got? Have you got the answer?
I got it.
Okay.
Very
Thank you.
insightful. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
You're welcome. Any other questions, perhaps from the attendees, the attendants in meeting room? Okay. I think no questions raised here. To sum up, let me recap what we have been through the topic of positive psychology. We are positively engaged with positive psychology as it encourages people to discover their potential and nurture their character strengths rather than channeling and mainstreaming their efforts into correcting shortcomings. The possible chance of humanity that can enhance their strengths is dependent on gratitude, resilient, positive support, according to Professor Aisha. Starting with gratitude, it is in the form of self-thankfulness to others, or even God in terms of spirituality. Another point is resilient, which is involved in the condition whether of internal parts like self-control and growth, or external parts like involvement and resourcefulness. The third point is optimism that leads to belief of thoughtfulness, which encourages people to learn challenges and use them to upgrade future possible hindrance. Last but not least, self-compassionate behavior drives priority, which leads to respect us as human in harmony. Therefore, complete humanity can create happiness throughout our life forever. We thank you, Professor Asia, for your presentations. Therefore, we would like to present. Mas, please display the certificate of appreciation. This is your certificate, Professor Aisha, and we will send you after the end of sessions. Okay,
Alright, thank you.
you're welcome. I was inspired by the passion and enthusiasm of the keynote speaker. Her dedication to her research was clear, and I found myself really connecting with the topic as a result. Let me end this first plenary session by articulating a poem of happiness. Okay. Happiness is a state of mind, a feeling that is hard to define. But when it comes, it fills the heart with gratitude of joy and art. Happiness is not the goal, but a journey that makes us whole. It's not something we can buy or earn, but something we can share and learn. Happiness is in the little things: smile, a hug, a song that sings. It's in the moments that we cherish with the ones we love. Never. Shh. Next session will be held by Bu Rahmawati, and please stay tuned in the Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rohmawati. Okay, wait.
Okay, please, the audience to wait. It's about 3 until 5 minutes. Okay, thank you for waiting. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rahmawati, the moderator of the third and the last speaker. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Because of his blessing, we are able to come here to join in this international conference, the second International Psychology and Flourishing Humanity Conference. Salawat and salam never forget delivered to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Hopefully our conference went smoothly and with order. Now let's open our meeting by saying Basmalah together. Bismillah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I will introduce our third speaker, the Dr. Yosef Dedi Pradipto, MPHM Home M. Briefly, okay. For the third speaker is Dr. Yosef Dedi Pradipto. He was born in Semarang, 18 February 1965. He is a permanent lecturer at the Department of Psychology, Faculty of Humanities, and lecturer at the Doctorate of Research in Management, Business School, and lecturer at Doctor of Computer Science, Bina Nusantara University. Served as a lecturer specialist. Previously served as general manager at Rahel House International and working on children, the poor who have cancer, and the poor children who are infected with AIDS. Then the bachelor. He completed Bachelor of Philosophy and Psychology of Education from the Faculty of Education, University Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta. Bachelor of Theology and Licentiate in Sacred Theology in Systematic Theology from the Faculty Papal Veda Bhakti Yogyakarta. And then Master of Humanities, Theology Contextual from Sanata Dharma University Yogyakarta. And Doctor of Anthropology from FISIP University of Indonesia, 2004. One as a PhD student in Applied Cosmic Anthropology at the ASEAN Social Institute, Manila, Philippines, 2009 until 2010. And he's completed Master Health Social Psychology Science at Atmajaya Catholic University, Jakarta in 2015. In 2019, completed his doctoral studies in Industrial and Organizational Psychology at the University Persada Indonesia, Jakarta. And about his works, okay, Mr. Joseph Dedi has written about true learning versus the national curriculum, pastoral counseling psychology, analysis, psychology culture, and cultural development in psychology perspective, psychology cross-culture, volume 1, introduction to understanding culture, humans, cross-cultural psychology, volume 2, understanding human through anthropology traces. In 2021, indigenous psychology, study of human resilience. Which is like indigenous psychology, study of human relation in context, in cultural context. Also, he is the editor and co-author of the anthology Psychotechnology series. 1000. Okay, so that's about. Then, okay. As we know, in this era, digital humanities in psychology is one of interesting topic to because there is relationship among digital and humanities in almost every aspect of our daily life. Yet maybe there are still lots of us not aware about how the digital world affects human psychology. So this time, Dr. Joseph Dedi Pradipta will show us what digital humanities in psychology is. Okay, please welcome Dr. Joseph Dedi Pradipta. Time is yours.
Thank you, the moderator. Have you heard my voice?
Yes, it's very clear.
Clearly?
Clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I thank you very much for the invitation from the State Islamic University of Malang, especially from the Faculty of Psychology. This is an honor for me. According to the rundown of the event, my time should only be until 11:15. So actually I'm done, yeah. Sorry if I will share the remaining time with Dr. Ali. I won't be too long, so as not to disturb the lunch schedule, yeah. Because eating together is what makes us happy, yeah, as Prof. Kim mentioned, and can experience a positive psychological state, yeah, as Prof. Siti mentioned also, yeah. Especially if eating together is free, it must feel amazing, yeah. Sorry, it's just kidding, yeah, but it's true and real, yeah. in our community. Yeah. So, may I got permission to share my presentation?
Okay, please.
Yeah. Sorry if sometimes I have to not be on cam, because our campus is being renovated, so the internet network is a bit constrained. Yeah. If I have to share my screen, I have to go off cam. Yeah. Sorry. So, I think my topic is quite different with the previous speakers, yeah. But I want to propose that digital humanities in psychology as one of our topic that we have to know also, yeah. And especially in Binus University, we focus on digital transformation. So as one of the department of Binus University, psychology department in Binus University should join in the digital transformation. That's why I propose this this topic, digital humanities in psychology. Yeah. As Prof. Kim mentioned that he teaches business as well, I also teach and be co-promoter at doctorate program at Binus University in close area that is management, Doctor of Research in Management. Yeah. This is me. Yeah. I'm chair. I also chairman of the Indonesian Indigenous and Cultural Psychology Association. Yeah. So since 2012, I have learned from and related with from Prof. Kim and also Pak Yusuf Ratwagung from UIN Malang. Yeah. That's why I have a concern with indigenous psychology. Yeah, but actually I because my first PhD is in anthropology. That's why I so feel related with indigenous psychology. And then when I joined with the psychology department at Binus University, I have to accomplish in PhD also in psychology, and I take the concentration of industrial and organizational psychology. Yeah. So digital humanities is one of topic that our department and especially our faculty of humanities in Binus University will be elaborate, and we will study more about digital humanities because this is our focus for several years. And I want to share about what is digital humanities. Yeah. First of all, I have to share that Father Busa, yeah, is a Catholic priest, Jesuit priest from Italy, yeah, and he studied about philosophy, especially from Thomas Aquinas, philosopher and monk, and he tried to work with IBM to make an index domesticus. Yeah. And according to Father Busa, yeah, humanities computing, yeah, before change as digital humanities, the first idioms is about humanities computing. So Father Busa said that humanities computing is precisely the automation of every possible analysis of human expression. So this is related with psychology. Therefore, it is explicitly a humanistic activity. Yeah, in the widest sense of the word, from music to the theater, from design and painting to phonetics, but whose nucleus remains this discourse of writing text. Yeah. So actually, digital humanities are very, very developed in literacy and textual in textual discourse, yeah, written text, yeah. And Father Busso tried to make a corpus domesticum and index domesticus that helped by IBM. Yeah, I will tell about it more. Yeah, intellectual map for humanities computing. Yeah, that pioneering by Father Busa. You can look the figure. Yeah, and then I try to make a fuss. Yeah, yeah. Actually, digital humanities, yeah, abbreviated as DH. Yeah, is an interdisciplinary elaborative study that bring together at least two research fields that can be very different. Yeah, from example, computer science and humanities science. This happened in Pinus University between Faculty of Humanities and Faculty of Information System. Yeah, as well as many diverse disciplines, methods, and other research questions. Yeah. This productive interaction from the collaboration between computer scientists and humanities researchers is one of the biggest opportunity as well as biggest challenges. Yeah. So actually, digital humanities is an area of scholarly activity at the intersection of computing or digital technologies and the humanities disciplines, including the systematic use of digital resources in humanities and the analysis of their applications. And then, for example, yeah, from the start, automated text and the use of computational methods could inspire new research in the humanities. Yeah. But unfortunately, its application is also often considered unimportant, let alone time-consuming, when the output only reproduces something that traditional methods can actually do. Yeah, and then this impression leads to assumption that DH, digital humanity, is only about methodology and is to focus on the digital side, highlighting the results that application of digital tools can provide to mostly textual material, yeah, especially in we usually call it in Shastra, yeah. The innovative potential of this kind of interdisciplinary research is actually overlooked and underestimated. So this is the history or timeline or milestone of digital humanities in 1940s. Yeah, Father Roberto Busa, Jesuit, yeah, Italian Jesuit, with the help of IBM, indexing the work of Thomas Aquinas, philosopher and Catholic monk. Index, and he and his company, yeah, his college, yeah, built and developed Index Domesticus since 1949. Yeah. In 1960 to 1970s, machine readable cataloging, or MARC, developed and be one of famous machine at that time. Yeah. And in 1973, Association for Literary and Linguistic Computing, or ALLC, European Association for Digital Humanities, yeah, EADH, yeah, established and developed by many scholars. Yeah. In 1980 until 1990s, personal computing evolved, and the development of internet paved the way for democratization of digital humanities research. That's why in 1986, Literary and Linguistic Computing LLC journal published for first time. And 1994, TEI, Text Encoding Initiative standard, developed by many scholars. Yeah. In 2000s, Google Books and the DH initiative be a worldwide movement, especially, and it's and launching at the US. Yeah. And 2010, digital archive data curation, data visualization, and the ethical implication of digital research be one of the topics that mentioned by Teras et al. Yeah. Interest in DH has declined relatively over time. Yeah. Sula and Hels mentioned about the declination of DH in 2019. Yeah. This is I present about the many books. Yeah. Hundreds of books about digital humanities, yeah, and hundred or maybe thousand about article journals about digital humanities, yeah, from the precious that the pioneer Father Busa also write a book about digital humanities until now, yeah, so many books brought by many scholars, yeah. Especially in education. Yeah. Also many program, yeah, digital humanities be not only a minor course, but also major course, even as department and master program. Digital humanities develop amazingly, yeah. Also, so many website or journal articles, yeah, and journal about digital humanities, yeah, community about digital humanities. We can find many about them. Yeah, if we googling about digital humanities, you can find millions about the digital humanities. Yeah. Nah, and then what about digital humanities in psychology? I try to propose this topic because because this topic because this topic developed and elaborate in our department and our faculty in Pinus University. And actually, we also try to elaborate about AI, for example. Yeah, AI can assist psychologists in understanding complex human behaviors, identifying patterns and trends, and making prediction about future outcomes. In this article, we will explore how AI is being used in psychology and its potential benefits and limitations. This is that we try elaborate in our department, psychology department, Pinus University. Yeah? Especially when we try to develop virtual reality for one of facility for students to study about psychology, and we develop it in psychology laboratory in psychology departments in Pinus University. This is another example, and also eye tracking. We try to develop about eye tracking in Pinus University, especially in psychology laboratory, in our psychology laboratory. Yeah, this is very common for us to analyze our data with SPSS or GASP, yeah, or another or SAM, yeah. We for any FIFO or another application and program, it means that the psychology combined with technology and digital technology. This is that we can say that that we can mention that digital humanities already exists in psychology. Yeah. Digital, but we also realize that digital humanities take so many things. Yeah, you can see my my figure. Yeah, I will share this presentation. Yeah, and then as I said in previous slide, that there is a declination in digital humanities, especially when Hill mentioned in at 2019. Yeah, so many debates in digital humanities. Yeah, and we have to realize that so many critics also in digital humanities. Yeah. But what I want to offer of this opportunity, which perhaps has not been widely discussed in the discussion forum both in Indonesia and the world, is the philosophical foundation of digital humanities as a field of knowledge. If we want to develop digital humanities as a separate field of science or scientific study. So I try to find philosophical foundation, and I try to Googling about it, but I have no information that sufficient for about this topic. Yeah, so I try to elaborate this topic, philosophical foundation of digital humanities, because if digital humanities will be a department or let's say science, So we should have philosophical foundation of digital humanities. This is, I think, this is the new one that I can propose to present to you. Yeah. If we talk about philosophical foundation, we should mention about ontology, epistemology, and axiology. Yeah. The definition of ontology, ontology, a subfield of metaphysics. Ontology is the existence, being, becoming, and reality, as Crane and Kathleen said 2004. Yeah. So the technological developments are progressing rapidly and have a massive impact on human life. To respond to the latest technological developments and future trends, an understanding of technology is required. Yeah. So I continue to definition of epistemology. Epistemology, the branch of philosophy concerned with the nature of knowledge and how understanding how the digital turn has impacted our understanding of humanistic inquiry. As Paul said at 2017. Epistemology of digital humanities is a relatively new field that explores the nature of knowledge in the digital technologies affect the way we create, share, and use knowledge and how this affect our understanding of the world. And last but not least, axiology. Axiology in general is related to usefulness and value. It is often called as theory of value, as Adnan said at 2021. In science, axiology discusses the useful of science for humans as being who create and develop knowledge. Science is one of the human products who presents will raise the standard of human life itself. Rule mentioned about this at 2014. And so does technology, which is one of the final embodiment of science that can directly impact the daily life of human, which is often referred to as digital humanities. Axiology and digital humanities refers to the values that underlie the use of digital technology in the humanities and social science. As a conclusion, ontology, epistemology, and axiology are integral philosophical foundation in digital humanities. Together, this philosophical foundation provide digital humanities with a solid framework. As some information, Psychology Department of Faculty of Humanities of Pinus University already published 2 books. First is Technology Contextual, Psychotechnology Contextual, and then Psikologi, Psikoteknologi pada ranah media sosial. Yeah. Thank you. I mentioned to the moderator to take my screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Yos. Sorry. Okay, so it's time for question and answer.
Sorry if I rush in presentation because I have another agenda.
Okay.
So
Yes. Okay,
I'm
Bapak.
so sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Bapak
So
Yosef.
many slides that I cut and so many. I already prepared many papers for this presentation, and I will write about a book about digital humanities in Bahasa. Yeah. So if you want to join with me, please welcome. But I thank you very much for the invitation from the State Islamic University of Malang. Yeah, Ibu Rifa, thank you. Also, my friends in Win Malang, especially the Faculty of Psychology, thank you very much. This is an honor of me.
Okay, Bapak Yosef. About digital humanities actually is a very interesting topic for nowadays. Know that digital humanities is interdisciplinary study that brings together at least two research, yes sir, computer science and humanity science. And then digital humanities is about how to advocate for humanity in humans are more interested in using technology. For example, years ago, yeah, we read read the book printed, but now we can read using digital book. And then online sources and another sources give students and other interested people access to a variety of information and learning opportunities. So maybe there are changes from printed to digital.
Yeah.
Yes, that Mr. Yusuf. And then digital humanities opportunity not only to widen to orient, but also to get to know. I think Bapak Yosef never read it before, right? But it's very possible, and so we use digital human as easy to communicate, to make it easy to find any sources. Okay, so that's about digital humanities technology. Oh yeah, Bapak Yusuf. What's maybe I wanna ask? It's okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course, yes.
Okay, maybe there is no
I
audience
try
to
my
ask.
best.
Okay, okay. I'm still understand about the link of digital humanities psychology. Is it digital psychology make human more into use?
Yeah. This is interesting questions. Yeah. This is quite difficult to explain about that. Yeah, but I think as a psychologist, yeah, we should open mind with the new topic in worldwide, and digital humanities is one of topic that already exists and developed. Yeah, and as you know, psychology study about human. Yeah, so if that is a topic about digital humanities, I think psychology should join with that topic and elaborate it. Yeah, so that as the topic of this conference, yeah, with the digital humanities, psychology can make many opportunity to intervene, yeah, and flourishing humanity, yeah, because if we lose this opportunity, and then the digital lead by the let's say the computer scientist without the feeling of or empathic, as Prof. Kim mentioned, and without the humanistic way of thinking, and then we lose the humanity. Yeah. That's why I propose this topic about digital humanities, and especially I mentioned about the important and that psychology should join to elaborate about digital and humanities. Yeah, that first that I want to share. And second point is everything in this world is about digital. Yeah. We live in digital transformation. Everything. Yeah. When we woke up this morning, we grab our cell phone first. Yeah. And our cell phone is digital. Everything in our house, our home, everything is digital. Yeah. And this conference also digital. Yeah. Yeah. Zoom and everything. And especially unfortunately with the COVID, yeah, our education is shaped by digital. Yeah. So this is our time. This is our opportunity as a psychologist to join and elaborate digital humanities. And the third thing, the third point that I want to say is when in our psychology laboratory, for example, yeah, if we can study about eye tracking now, yeah, how cognition, our human cognition develop. We can use anything about technology, especially digital technology. Yeah, we can use AR and VR in our psychology laboratory. Yeah? And when we write about and we write papers, we will analyze our data with the technology, with digital. When we present a figure in our article, we use technology and digital, yeah, to give to figure our data that so that we can present our results. Yeah, and especially this is famous in our students. Yeah, everything we use chat GPT. Yeah, to answer anything, not only Googling. Yeah? This is digital era. Yeah? And why I propose digital humanities, because I don't want technology save our human life, but with psychology we can save digital transformation with humanity perspective. Thank you for the questions, and I hope this is enough for you.
Thank you, Bob. So there is use digital. Okay, I think there is no Okay, Bapak. Thank you very much, Dr. Yosef Dedi Pradipto, for the presentation today. Hopefully, this presentation today will be good for the attention. Oh yeah, before
You're welcome.
certificate.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh yeah, certificate. Okay, thank you, Bapak. Will be
You're
sent.
welcome.
Okay, it will be
May I
sent to
leave
your
from
email.
this Zoom because I have another agenda. Sorry for rusting.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you again for Bapak Yosef Dedi Pradipto. And then for the next speaker, is Bapak Dr. Ali Ridho. Bapak Dr. Ali Ridho, MSc from UIN Malang Malik Universitas Bapak Dr. Ali Ridho, MSc from Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. He will present the presentation with the title Life Quality Profiling Through the Diagnostic Classification. Moving forward, in bahasa pembuatan profil kualitas hidup melalui klasifikasi diagnotis melangkah maju. Is it right, Bapak Ali Ridho? Mungkin kurang lebihnya seperti itu ya. Okay, before Bapak will present, I will read about his curriculum vitae. Dr. Ali Ridho. He was born in Pati, 29 April 1928, and he lives in Malang. Okay, his position now is Deputy Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculty of Psychology, and Bapak Ali Ridho is expert in psychological measurement, multidimensional goods response theory, and multi-level adaptive tests. And he has many experience. The first is coordinator of the UMPT KIN question development and scoring working group from 2020 until 2023. And he is head of the Indonesian Madrasah Competency Assessment in 2021 until 2024. And then he is also reviewer of articles in the Journal of Psychology UGM, Humanities Win Semarang, and in Psychology UII. Is it right, Bapak?
Ya, psikologika ya.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's Bapak Ali Ridho to present why is quality of life important. Okay, time is yours, please. Welcome.
Oke, thank you Bu Rohmah. Yang terhormat Ibu Dekan yang masih setia, juga Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Sudah jelas. Sudah, Bapak.
Terima karena ada satu proses pembelajaran yang bisa diperoleh dalam aktivitas itu. Misalnya saja orang engage di perguruan tinggi, sekolah, mondok itu sesungguhnya secara personal mungkin tidak terlalu. Tetapi karena ada tujuan yang lebih besar, yaitu keinginan untuk meningkatkan diri atau learning engagement, itu membuatnya tetap engage dengan polanya sendiri. Nah, kemudian work-life model. Work-life model ini mengkaitkan seluruh aktivitas di luar rumah dan di dalam rumah, karena dua-duanya saling kait-mengkait. Jadi work-life model ini ingin supaya hidup itu seimbang. Saya lupa itu siapa ya, saya membaca itu misalnya saja ketika kita bekerja habis-habisan untuk sebuah institusi, lalu ketika sakit itu apa institusi itu juga perhatian. Jadi maka dari itu sesungguhnya kita harus seimbang. Institusi oke, kehidupan keluarga juga harus diutamakan. Itu yang menjadi prinsip dari work-life model. Jadi hidup itu harus seimbang. Tidak boleh terlalu berat dalam bekerja, kita juga tidak boleh terlalu egois mementingkan keluarga terus, tetapi dua-duanya harus seimbang. Nah, job demand resources berbicara tentang apa yang resources yang harus disediakan oleh penyedia supaya seseorang pegawai ataupun apa yang aktivitas kita lakukan itu bisa menghasilkan situasi yang nyaman, kemudian bisa melakukan proses produktivitas yang maksimal. Prasyarat-prasyaratnya atau resources-resourcesnya harus dipenuhi dulu. Jangan menuntut terhadap output ataupun outcome sementara resourcesnya nggak ada. Nah, itu adalah sesuatu yang akan membuat pegawai ataupun tim itu menjadi bukan engage tapi malah burnout, lelah secara mental. Nah, organizational engagement model ini melihat satu proses yang sangat besar karena di dalam engagement organisasi ini terlibat di dalam sebuah organisasi ada tujuan besar, di bawah tujuan besar itu ada terbagi menjadi unit-unit. Kalau di universitas berarti ada di fakultas, fakultas menjadi prodi-prodi, prodi-prodi menjadi tim-tim-tim. Nah, leveling itu seluruhnya diakomodir oleh organizational engagement model, jadi keseluruhannya menjadi sangat penting. Itulah engagement model. Nah, dari berbagai atau dari 5 model itu paling tidak pengukuran terhadap engagement sebagaimana yang sangat terkenal yaitu dari Sovelli dan Sirom ini adalah job demand resources, berbasiskan model job demand resources ya. Ada beberapa aspek yang dianggap penting oleh Sovelli maupun Sirom. Jadi kalau yang sangat terkenal adalah Sovelli di mana-mana, yaitu ada vigor, ada dedication, ada absorption. Saya memaknai vigor ini ya bergairah secara fisik, secara mental. Dedication ini komitmen lebih kepada itu. Kemudian absorption itu betul-betul melebur menjadi satu, terlarut di dalamnya. Ketika orang bekerja sampai terlarut, itulah yang kemudian dia disebut sebagai engage. Nah, proses menjadi engage tentu panjang karena ada antecedennya. Ini adalah situasi state-nya, sementara antecedennya itu karena seluruh resources disediakan, seluruh orang tidak mikir lagi besok makan apa, bayar anak, sekolah, kemanapun juga tidak masalah, ataupun nah itu kemudian dia tidak menjadi masalah, semuanya sudah selesai, maka dia akan bisa bekerja dengan vigor, dedication, dan absorption yang tinggi. Sementara Sirom itu ada physical strength, emotional energy, dan cognitive liveliness. Poin saya, vigor, dedication, absorption, physical strength, emotional energy, cognitive liveliness ini adalah aspek di mana engagement itu harus dilihat dari aspek-aspek penyusunnya. Kita lihat lagi adalah personal engagement model. Personal engagement model ini dikembangkan oleh sebenarnya ini tulisan yang paling oleh Sak et al, Sak dan kawan-kawan. Jadi dia mengembangkan tentang konstruk tentang personal pengukuran tentang engagement, tetapi sudut pandangnya adalah personal. Jadi levelnya adalah level individual. Kemudian Zog dan kawan-kawan ini juga meneliti, tetapi konteksnya adalah student yang sedang belajar di pendidikan tinggi atau mahasiswa. Nah, dari kedua penelitian atau dua konstruk yang mereka kembangkan, SAK itu menawarkan paling tidak ada cognitive emotional behavioral, sementara Zog dan kawan-kawan itu adalah cognitive social dan affective engagement. Jadi cognitive engagement itu beda dengan emotional engagement dan behavioral engagement. Sama juga kata Zog itu, cognitive engagement dan social engagement itu juga lain. Orang bisa social engagementnya tinggi tapi kognitifnya rendah. Tapi kognitifnya juga bisa tinggi, sosialnya rendah. Nah, afektifnya bisa tinggi, sosial dan kognitifnya tinggi semua, itu juga bisa. Nah, inilah yang tadi saya singgung sebagai pattern. Kita perlu classification, karena ada pola yang mungkin bisa terukur, bisa terdiagnosa dari masing-masing orang ataupun masing-masing individu yang di-assess engagement-nya, apakah dalam konteks skala yang kecil, skala yang sedang, ataupun skala yang besar, yaitu organisasi. Nah, setelah melalui review yang panjang, maka saya bisa membagi bahwa scope dari engagement itu, orang itu bisa engage di level task-nya, pekerjaannya, kemudian job-nya, tim-nya, unit-nya, bisa juga organization-nya, dan juga learning-nya. Jadi bisa jadi orang itu engage di tugasnya sehari-hari. Sehari-hari yang dibebankan kepadanya, tusinya lah. Mungkin tusi yang lebih kecil lagi. Tetapi job-nya tidak engage. Misalnya orang engage, dosen misalnya engage mengajar. Mengajar itu task. Tapi job itu dosen itu mengajar, meneliti, dan mengabdi. Nah, job-nya, task-nya dia engage, tapi job-nya belum, karena dua aspek yang lain tidak terperhatikan dengan baik. Nah, kemudian tim engagement. Nah, setiap kali pekerjaan selalu pasti ada tim yang menyelesaikan. Nah, orang bisa jadi secara task itu engage, tetapi secara tim itu tidak. Orang juga bisa secara tim itu engage, tetapi secara task itu tidak. Ini karena ini secara tim dia engage, betul-betul bisa menyatu dengan tim, tetapi begitu dikasih pekerjaan pribadi, individual, dia tidak kerjakan. Tapi kalau dikerjakan bersama-sama, dia mau mengerjakan. Nah, ini adalah namanya team engagement. Tim itu yang lebih besar lagi adalah unit. Misalnya adalah unit, kalau di tempat kita adalah laboratorium, itu adalah misalnya adalah sebuah unit. Nah, unit itu di dalam unit itu engage, tetapi di dalam unit itu ada tim-tim kecil. Belum tentu orang itu engage di dalam tim. Walaupun secara unit dia engage. Bisa juga secara tim dia engage, tetapi secara unit tidak. Nah, ini aspeknya banyak sekali. Nah, selain unit, orang bisa engage di dalam unitnya, tetapi di organisasinya tidak. Jadi, misalnya adalah kita sangat engage di fakultas, tetapi di universitas tidak. Atau terbalik, orang itu engage di universitas, tetapi di fakultas tidak. Itu juga bisa. Nah, kemudian organization. Kemudian learning. Orang itu engage karena mendapatkan nilai manfaat dan dia juga punya semangat belajar yang tinggi. Ada juga yang enggak. Buat apa belajar? Toh tidak terlalu terpakai. Nah, masalahnya ketika kita tidak update terhadap pengetahuan, yang terjadi adalah sekarang yang diukur adalah pengetahuan sekarang, bukan pengetahuan di zaman kita sekolah atau di zaman kita belajar dulu. Oleh karena itu sebenarnya learning engagement ini mestinya agak dipaksa oleh kita semua supaya kita update dengan situasi yang sekarang. Itu dari sisi scope. Nah, dari sisi dimensi atau aspek, saya membaginya menjadi 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sorry. Jadi ada cognitive engagement, secara kognitif dia engage, secara emosional dia bisa engage, secara fisik dia hadir terus, Tetapi secara behavioral, mungkin orang hadir tapi sekedar hadir, tidak melakukan apa-apa, pokoknya absen, hadir di ruangan, laptopnya ada, lalu kemudian orang yang tidak ada. Nah, ini behavioralnya kurang. Tetapi fisiknya iya. Kemudian sosial. Ada juga yang sosialnya bagus. Dia sangat akrab dengan seluruhnya, tetapi ya hanya akrab. Behavioralnya tidak. Secara emosional mungkin dia tinggi. Setiap kali ada masalah dengan masalah organisasinya, dia sangat perhatian. Dia juga rela untuk mengorbankan waktu untuk organisasinya. Tetapi dia tidak pernah di kampus. Dia mungkin lebih banyak di luar atau macam-macam. Ada juga, nah ini menjadi satu pola yang bisa berbeda-beda. Jadi ada yang kognitifnya tinggi, emosionalnya tinggi, fisikalnya tinggi, behavioralnya tinggi, dan sosialnya tinggi. Nah, ini adalah mungkin yang paling ideal. Tetapi apa iya semuanya begitu? Jangan-jangan tidak. Oleh karena itu sebenarnya yang lebih kita perlukan adalah mengidentifikasi engagement pattern atau pola engagement dari masing-masing subjek ataupun partisipan ataupun orang atau individu ya, terutama ya individu, pola engagementnya seperti apa. Jadi pada setiap level scope tadi ada beberapa level tadi ya, ada task, ada job, ada team, ada unit, ada organization, dan ada learning. Kita mau fokus kemana? Kita mau concern ke tasknya, karena ke jobnya, ke timnya, ke unitnya, organisasinya, atau ke learningnya. Mungkin semuanya. Nah, ini sepertinya tidak mungkin kalau semuanya. Nah, di masing-masing scope itu ada variasi kognitif, emosional, physical, dan behavioral, serta social engagement yang berbeda-beda. Jadi kalau kita kalikan adalah 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 kali 5 ada 30 pola kalau kita mau memulakan itu. Jadi sangat spesifik masing-masing. Mungkin di tasnya dia, sebentar, mungkin tak tutupnya dulu ya. Kebetulan ini dekat jendela, jendelanya tempat nongkrong. Oke, maka pola menjadi sangat penting untuk diidentifikasi secara spesifik di masing-masing individu atau masing-masing pribadi yang sedang kita ukur. Nah, kalau kita berharap dan berupaya atau menginginkan atau punya tujuan meningkatkan engagement dari seseorang, apakah dia anggota tim, apakah kita sendiri, atau apakah kita apakah seseorang yang memang penting sebagai anggota organisasi untuk kita tingkatkan engagement-nya, maka yang harus dilakukan adalah kita mendiagnosa di bagian mana seseorang itu engage atau tidak engage-nya. Jadi bagian dimensi yang mana orang itu engage dan orang itu tidak engage, tidak bisa kemudian dia engage, dia tidak engage, nggak bisa begitu, karena masing-masing pasti punya variasi yang berbeda. Nah, jika itu sudah teridentifikasi dengan benar, maka intervensi itu baru bisa dilakukan pada dimensi-dimensi tertentu, pada orang-orang tertentu yang memang engagement-nya rendah, jadi tidak di semua dimensi. Oke, nah diagnostic assessment kita akan masuk ke sana. Maka untuk mendiagnosa itu kita perlu satu tool, satu cara ya. Jadi assessment yang fungsinya untuk diagnostik. Istilah yang sekarang ini sedang ngetren, ya istilahnya ngetren di bidang diagnostik itu adalah diagnostic classification model. Ini adalah model-model atau istilah-istilah yang setara sebenarnya, hanya penerapannya yang berbeda, yaitu cognitive diagnostic model. Jadi diagnostic classification model itu sama dengan cognitive diagnostic model. Sama juga dengan cognitive diagnostic assessment. Jadi kalau ada orang bilang cognitive diagnostic assessment itu sama dengan cognitive diagnostic model. Ada juga yang bilang diagnostic classification model, seperti sekarang saya menggunakan istilah diagnostic classification model. Kenapa? Karena fokusnya adalah di atribut yang non-kognitif, makanya kita sebut sebagai diagnostic classification model. pada saat kita menggunakannya model ini di pengukuran atribut-atribut kognitif, biasa disebut sebagai Cognitive Diagnostic Model, namanya CDM. Oke, diagnostic classification ini marak sekarang ini karena nilai manfaatnya yang sangat tinggi. Jadi dalam jurnal International Journal of Testing juga yang paling baru adalah dalam non-cognitive test. Jadi diagnostic classification untuk non-cognitive test di jurnal Educational and Psychological Measurement. Ini adalah jurnal yang sangat terkenal di bidang psikometri. Dia Huang ini menceritakan manfaat, betapa besarnya manfaat diagnostic classification itu terhadap atribut-atribut yang diperlukan untuk didiagnosa. Nah, dalam hal ini karena kita sedang membicarakan tentang flourishing, di mana flourishing itu adalah sebuah konstruk yang sangat besar, maka di dalamnya terdapat banyak sekali atribut. Salah satu atribut yang penting di dalam supaya orang flourish adalah engage, baik di dalam bekerja, di dalam beraktivitas kecil-kecil maupun di dalam aktivitas yang besar. Nah, dalam kesempatan ini, engagement yang saya ajukan memiliki 5 dimensi itu perlu diidentifikasi secara lebih detail polanya atau pattern-nya. Jadi mereka berdua mencoba menerapkan diagnostik itu, model itu sebenarnya adalah model psikometrik sebenarnya, itu dalam non-cognitive assessment. Jadi pada saat mengembangkan item dalam skala atau item itu diarahkan untuk mengukur boleh jadi satu atribut, tetapi juga boleh lebih dari atribut. Dalam pengembangan skala yang tradisional, satu item hanya boleh mengukur satu atribut. Nah, sekarang enggak, satu item itu boleh mengukur lebih dari satu atribut. Nah, inilah yang menjadi kelebihan, salah satu kelebihan diagnostic classification model. Disebut ada within item multidimensionality. Jadi satu item itu boleh jadi mengukur banyak dimensi. Bisa 1, bisa 2, bisa 3 dimensi di antara 5 dimensi konstruk yang tadi. Nah, diagnostic classification model itu bisa mengekstrak diagnostic information dari assessment itu. Nah, dari informasi diagnostik yang diperoleh pada masing-masing partisipan atau testi, itu bisa diprofilkan apakah seorang testi atau seorang pegawai, ataukah seorang kawan, apakah seorang bawahan atau seorang kolega, itu perlu mendapatkan perhatian yang khusus pada dimensi-dimensi tertentu. Nah, di dalam memodelkan itu tentu yang paling baru, tren yang paling baru adalah item response theory. Nah, item response theory itu berkembang yang awalnya unidimensional item response theory tadi itu, sebuah item itu hanya mengukur satu atribut. Misalnya sebuah item itu mengukur hanya cognitive engagement, nggak boleh dia ikut mengukur behavioral engagement. Padahal mungkin saja sebuah item itu mengukur cognitive engagement sekaligus behavioral engagement. Nah, itu masuk di dalam multidimensional item response theory. Nah, di sini inilah satu kelebihan dari cognitive diagnostic model. Jadi cognitive diagnostic model itu masuk dalam kategori multidimensional item response theory. Oke. Unidimensional item response theory memiliki postulat satu item, satu atribut, nggak boleh lebih. Multidimensional item response theory berbeda. Nah, gitu ya. Jadi one latent atribut merupakan hanya satu atribut saja. Kalau multidimensional item response theory lebih bisa kompleks. Ini ya. Bisa kompleks. Ini kompleks construct. Nah, inilah kelebihan dari multidimensional item response theory, sehingga dia menjadi sangat fleksibel dan manfaatnya sangat tinggi. Salah satu bentuk dari multidimensional item response theory adalah cognitive diagnostic model. Situasi dalam kehidupan atau dalam situasi yang real, tidak ada situasi yang sederhana itu. Semua situasi itu kompleks. Oleh karenanya, multidimensional item response theory ini adalah paling cocok memodelkan situasi-situasi yang kompleks. Sehingga pengambilan sebuah keputusan itu tidak hanya dikarenakan satu atribut laten. Misalnya dia punya tujuan. Belum tentu karena tujuan. Bisa jadi karena satu tujuan, yang kedua adalah harapan, kemudian yang ketiga adalah lingkungan, dan seterusnya. Nah, itulah atribut-atribut yang mungkin terukur dari sebuah item, manakala bisa teridentifikasi dengan baik, bisa dikonstruksikan dengan baik. Sebuah item itu mengukur berapa atribut. Mungkin satu atribut, mungkin dua atribut, mungkin 10 atribut satu item. Nah, itu mungkin saja. Nah, itulah salah satu kelebihan multidimensional item response theory, khususnya cognitive diagnostic model atau diagnostic classification model. Nah, tujuan utama diagnostic classification model itu adalah merekam proses atau strategi peserta atau para partisipan dalam memutuskan atau dalam memberikan respon. Jadi strateginya, prosesnya yang akan direkam. Nah, untuk memilih respon kalau itu adalah pilihannya respon, atau untuk menjawab kalau itu adalah pilihannya jawaban, dalam setiap kali assessment, jawaban ataupun pilihan itu tidak bersifat atau tidak ditentukan oleh satu atribut tunggal, tetapi banyak atribut. Nah, atribut-atribut ini kalau bisa teridentifikasi dengan baik, maka manfaatnya akan sangat tinggi. Nah, partisipan proficiency pattern atau pola profisiensi atau pola kemahiran atau pola engage, kalau di sini contohnya adalah engagement, itulah yang menunjukkan profil masing-masing. Oke. Nah, di sini adalah satu gambaran mengenai apakah sebuah item ini adalah misalnya adalah tentang cognitive engagement. Ini cognitive engagement di sini. Kemudian di sini adalah item-item 1, 2, 3 dan seterusnya yang mengukur cognitive engagement. Nanti behavioral engagement ada sendiri, 1, 2, 3, 4. Kemudian ada lagi yang lain sampai 5. Jadi ada 5 seperti ini. Nah, tetapi di multidimensional item response theory boleh jadi ini adalah cognitive engagement. Jadi sebuah item itu mengukur cognitive engagement, juga mengukur mungkin behavioral engagement. Boleh jadi. Nah, inilah pengembangan framework di awal atau konstruk, atau kita lebih sering menyebutnya blueprint. Blueprint itu hasil jadi, tetapi sebelum jadi itu namanya framework. Nah, framework-nya itu, apakah konstruknya itu, apakah seperti yang dimodelkan di B atau yang di C. Nah, inilah beberapa model yang bisa digunakan untuk memprofilkan atribut berdasarkan atribut yang di-assess. Ini adalah model satu dimensi, unidimensional item response theory. Kalau tetanya ada satu, ini namanya unidimensional, karena hanya ada satu teta. Kalau tetanya banyak, ini namanya multidimensional. Ini teta 1, teta 2, teta 3, teta 4, teta 5. Itu namanya multidimensional. Masih jarang diterapkan, apalagi di Indonesia. Jadi ini adalah sesuatu yang sangat menjanjikan supaya kita bisa memprofilkan hasil assessment terhadap atribut-atribut flourish itu menjadi lebih detail di masing-masing orang. Nah, kata kuncinya adalah respon proses. Selain itu, theoretical construct yang harus juga sangat kuat. Oleh karenanya, proses review terhadap riset-riset sebelumnya terhadap konstruk-konstruk sebelumnya itu juga harus dilakukan secara lebih kuat, lebih mendalam. Tantangan ketika kita mau menerapkan diagnostic classification model adalah membuat stimulus atau membuat item, bisa problem, bisa tugas, bisa juga tantangan, yang bisa menstimulasi respon proses itu sebenarnya. Jadi bagaimana dia merespon secara multidimensional juga. Nah, disinilah sebenarnya salah satu kelebihannya lagi, diagnostic classification model ini memiliki evidence, bisa merekam kognitif proses. Ini, nah, gitu ya. Bisa merekam respon proses dari sebuah konsepsi validitas yang baru yang disebut sebagai validitas konstruk. Jadi validitas itu hanya ada satu, namanya validitas konstruk. Selain itu adalah istilah yang kurang tepat. Nah, validitas konstruk punya buktinya ada 5, bisa based on test, content, bisa based on cognitive response process, dan seterusnya. Nah, di diagnostic classification model itu, kognitif ataupun respon prosesnya terekam dengan baik. Karena memang proses responnya itu betul-betul direkam dari proses assessment. Nah, ini adalah kata kuncinya ketika kita mau melakukan satu classification model atau classification diagnostic atau diagnostic classification. Kata kuncinya adalah Q-matrix. Kalau 1, 2, 3, 4, dan 5 di atas ini adalah aspek atau atribut yang mau kita ukur, maka atribut pertama di sini adalah cognitive engagement, atribut kedua adalah emotional engagement, dan seterusnya. 0 itu menunjuk 1, 2, 3, 4 ke bawah ini. 1, 2, 3, 4 ini menunjukkan, Nah ini 1, 2, sampai 40 ini menunjukkan item. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yang di atas ini menunjukkan atribut. Ada berapa atribut yang mau kita mau diukur. Sebuah item boleh jadi mengukur atribut yang ketiga dan kelima. Item nomor 2 itu mengukur atribut 1, 2, dan 3. Atribut 4 itu mengukur 1, 2, 3. Item nomor 10 itu mengukur atribut 3, 4, dan 5. Nah, item nomor 9 itu hanya mengukur satu atribut, yaitu atribut nomor 5, yaitu social engagement. Nah, peta ini harus dilakukan secara detail di awal. Dan ini hanya bisa dilakukan melalui konstruk mapping terhadap item-item atau tugas-tugas di dalam instrumen engagement assessment atau meng-assess engagement. Kalau kita merancang 40 item, maka 40-40-nya itu juga harus dipetakan dengan benar. Item nomor 9 itu mengukur apa? Kalau klasikal atau teori pengembangan item yang klasik ataupun yang sudah lawas itu satu item hanya mengukur satu aspek atau satu faktor saja. Tetapi dengan model ini, satu item itu boleh jadi dan boleh mengukur lebih dari satu aspek. Satu itu menunjukkan item itu mengukur aspek tersebut. Ada 40 item dan ada 5 atribut. Contohnya ini, contoh aplikasinya. Nah, karena ada 5 atribut, maka 2/5 itu ada 32. Ada 32 kemungkinan item atau seseorang itu nanti punya profil. Profil yang pertama ini paling pertama 00000 ini adalah orang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ini adalah orang. Ini profil, jenis profil. Ini adalah jenis profilnya. 00000 itu adalah artinya kelima-limanya rendah. Kelima-limanya jelek. Ini parah. Orang ini tidak engage sama sekali. Kemudian jenis atau tipikal atau profil, tipikal ya. Tipikal 1, tipikal 2, tipikal 4, sampai tipikal 32. Jadi ada 32 tipikal atau profil, kemungkinan profil. Nah, yang paling ujung adalah ideal profil yang ke-32, yaitu semuanya engage, satu. Nah, inilah satu kondisi yang apabila seseorang memiliki profil engagement yang ke-32 ini adalah sangat menguntungkan bagi dirinya sendiri, juga bagi perusahaan atau komunitas ataupun organisasi. Tetapi yang informasi diagnostik itu adalah mengenai ini informasi diagnostik. Di mana rendahnya? Rendahnya itu yang di 00 ini. Nah, misalnya nanti saya akan berikan contoh, ada beberapa contoh lagi. Ini hampir selesai. Nah, ini adalah hasil profilnya. Ada 500 subjek misalnya begitu. Nah, subjek pertama atau partisipan pertama profilnya adalah 00111. Berarti yang bersangkutan engage di physical, behavioral, dan sosial, tetapi tidak di kognitif dan emosional. 00. Nah, bagi seorang yang memiliki pola seperti ini atau pattern seperti ini, maka dia masuk ke profil tertentu. Nah, profil yang 00111 ini terus mau diapakan? Nih, dia nolnya ada di atribut 1 dan atribut 2. 3 dan 4 dan 5 dia sudah tinggi, tetapi 1 dan 2 masih rendah. Nah, ini mau diapakan? Akhirnya bisa teridentifikasi secara lengkap. Beda dengan yang ke-500. 500 ini 3-nya sudah bagus, 4-5-nya masih perlu perhatian yang lebih. Informasi diagnostik ada di sini. Apabila ini adalah atribut positif, maka 00 inilah yang perlu mendapat perhatian untuk tiap-tiap individu atau tiap-tiap partisipan. Tapi apabila yang diukur adalah atribut-atribut negatif, maka 110 inilah yang harus menjadi perhatian untuk tiap-tiap. Jadi masing-masing punya skor, bukan skor, tetapi dia punya pola. Seorang peserta nomor 1, dia polanya adalah 00111. Udah. Jadi bukan lagi 35, 76 atau 80, enggak begitu, tetapi langsung polanya. Sehingga memaknainya jadi lebih mudah memaknainya. Oh, ini rendah di 2, kemudian tinggi di 3, 4, 5. Ini rendah di misalnya ini tinggi di 1, 2, 3, rendah di 4, 5. Nah, gitu. Nah, itu Bapak Ibu, teman-teman, rekan-rekan, dan para mahasiswa sekalian, diagnostic classification model itu punya satu informasi profil yang sangat bermanfaat sebenarnya. Kemudian diagnostic classification model juga bisa mengcapture mana yang tinggi dan mana yang rendah dari seluruh aspek pengukuran secara holistik. Dia juga bisa memberikan informasi diagnosa jika di dalam pengukuran engagement, maka dia bisa memberikan pola engage pada setiap orang, bisa teridentifikasi dengan lebih detail. Nah, model diagnostic classification tentu bisa diterapkan untuk seluruh atribut-atribut yang menjadi bagian dari flourishing atribut di dalam kehidupan ini. Ini adalah referensi yang tadi saya kutip. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Ali Ridho. Itu tadi ternyata juga sekalian disimpulkan ya Pak Ali Ridho ya.
Oh iya.
Oke, terima kasih. Oke, terima kasih untuk penyampaiannya tadi. Insya Allah itu amat sangat bermanfaat sekali Bapak. Jadi untuk mengukur kemampuan seseorang tadi. karena memang tidak ada orang yang sempurna ya Pak ya. Mungkin ada seorang yang bagusnya di sosialnya, ternyata mungkin di akademiknya kurang, dan begitu juga dengan sebaliknya. Oke. Nah, maybe any questions? Sepertinya it's very clear, Pak Ali Ridho.
Bisa jadi very clear, bisa jadi sangat confused bagi yang tidak terlalu suka, tetapi suka tidak suka manfaatnya besar. Saya hanya mau menunjukkan itu.
Iya, mungkin kan ada rumus-rumusnya tadi itu ya. Jadinya kok ini gimana caranya untuk mengukurnya? Saya juga terheran-heran gitu. Oke. Tapi insya Allah dengan pattern seperti itu bisa, memang benar ya Pak ya, bisa mengetahui atau mengukur tingkat level mana sih orang ini, maksudnya entah itu mungkin afektifnya atau kognitifnya begitu kan, dan mungkin juga ada solusi ya Pak ya, dengan menggunakan pattern ini bisa menjadi untuk mengetahui solusinya bagaimana, seperti ini Pak ya.
Ya, pasti solusi itu pasti ada. Nah, tugas yang memberi solusi itu adalah tugas teman-teman yang expert bidang, atau teman-teman psikolog yang lebih expert. Saya memberikan umpan balik atau memberikan umpan supaya ini ada tool nih untuk digunakan untuk diagnosa. Tertarik lah, mudah-mudahan tertarik. Ayo, kalau tertarik ayo kita pakai begitu. Nah, nanti kemudian kalau sudah ketemu pattern atau profil dari atau berbasis apapun yang kita ukur. Kalau engagement kebetulan ada 5 dimensi, mungkin untuk atribut yang lain dimensinya beda. Big Five itu mungkin ada 5 dimensi juga, mungkin 16 PF itu ada 16 dimensi juga. Nah, itu sangat bermanfaat untuk mengidentifikasi secara tegas seseorang rendah di mana, tinggi di mana, rendah di mana, tinggi di mana. Jadi karena ini profil akan menjadi sangat bermanfaat. Setiap pola itu memerlukan perlakuan sendiri atau memerlukan tindak lanjut sendiri sesuai tujuannya. Apakah tujuannya untuk meningkatkan performa atau tujuannya lebih pada well-being-nya atau apa gitu. Nah, itu tentu kontekstual sesuai dengan tujuan dari assessment. Tapi informasi diagnosa ini adalah satu kesempatan ke depan untuk memanfaatkan model ini, bisa dipakai untuk di seluruh proses assessment jika memang memerlukan informasi diagnosis. Tetapi selalu di mana-mana yang namanya barang manfaatnya besar itu prosesnya juga tidak mudah. Konstruknya itu harus kuat dan bagus dulu, baru kemudian modelnya baru bisa diterapkan, dan tentu ada screening di awal, apakah ini cocok dengan model ini atau enggak, atau dengan model lain atau yang mana gitu. Banyak pilihan, tapi pasti kita harus mengeksplor secara lebih jauh, dan mudah-mudahan ini menggugah kita semua untuk memanfaatkan tool ini supaya bisa bermanfaat untuk humanity, supaya kita bisa makin flourish, supaya kita bisa makin bahagia. Kira-kira begitu, Bu Rohma.
Iya Pak, ini ada pertanyaan.
Silakan.
Pak Zamro, monggo Pak Zamro ini pertanyaan sepertinya, monggo.
Ya.
Baik, terima kasih. Perkenalkan, nama saya Pak Zamro nih, Bu.
Di mana Pak Zam?
Materi yang sangat menarik sekali karena berkenaan dengan psikometri, terutama model pengukuran yang mungkin tidak seperti yang kita dengar seperti biasanya begitu. Nah, tadi yang pertama misalnya kalau dulu yang namanya indikator itu ya hanya mengukur satu atribut ukur begitu ya, atau satu item itu ya hanya digunakan atau memiliki fungsi untuk mengukur satu indikator atribut ukur, tidak boleh kemudian mengukur atribut yang lain. Tapi sekarang bergeser bahwa boleh gitu ya, bahwa satu item itu mengukur beberapa atribut ukur. Nah ini apakah tidak kemudian justru mengkaburkan dari objektivitas dari pengukuran itu sendiri yang itu menjadi spiritnya, begitu Pak Ridho. Lalu yang kedua terkait dengan tadi bahwa pengukuran itu pada akhirnya kemudian mengarah pada profiling begitu, sehingga bukan pada pengkategorisasian sebagaimana yang dilakukan selama ini begitu. Jadi kalau demikian berarti ending yang paling utama dari pengukuran itu sebenarnya bukan berupa skor kuantitatifnya, tetapi bagaimana kemudian memperoleh profil-profil yang itu sangat lekat dengan nuansa kualitatifnya begitu. Mungkin itu saja Pak Ridho, terima kasih.
Iya, terima kasih. Saya langsung jawab ya Bu Roma, boleh?
Ya, Pak, langsung saja, monggo.
Oke, baik. Iya, jadi ada 3 pertanyaan. Yang pertama tentang konsep pengembangan konstruk ya. Konsep pengembangan item. Selama ini kan item itu memang diarahkan untuk mengukur hanya satu atribut atau satu dimensi. Nah, model ini memang mengakomodir manakala kalau kita melakukan analisis faktor misalnya, pada saat kita melakukan analisis faktor eksploratori katakanlah, ada muatan faktor itu di satu atribut itu 0,4, di atribut yang lain 0,5 atau 0,6. Nah ini sebenarnya indikasi awal item itu walaupun not by design, tapi sebenarnya mengukur 2 atribut. Atau misalnya sebuah item adalah 0,3 di atribut 1 muatan faktornya, tapi juga di atribut yang lain 0,4. Nah ini kan terpautnya sedikit sekali. Sangat mungkin item itu sebenarnya adalah mengukur 2 atribut. Nah pada saat kita melakukan analisis faktor biasanya yang di bawah 0,4 atau di bawah 0,5 itu kemudian di drop. Nah ini sebenarnya menafikan keadaan real bahwa item itu nggak ngukur cuma satu atribut saja, sebenarnya ngukur atribut yang tidak satu, lebih dari satu. Itu yang tentang sebuah item. Memang bahwa kita mengembangkan item pada dasarnya atau pada awalnya memang sebisa mungkin unidimensional atau satu atribut saja. Tetapi respon peserta atau respon partisipan boleh jadi tidak seperti itu. Memaknainya boleh jadi menjadi multi meaning atau makna untuk item itu memicu proses kognitif yang tidak sederhana, tetapi dia harus berpikir mencakup beberapa aspek. Nah, ternyata aspek yang dicakup itu ada 2 misalnya, atau ada 3 atribut. Nah, begitu. Oke. Terus kemudian yang kedua adalah tentang profiling, bukan kategorisasi. Iya, benar ini. Memang ujung dari pengukuran sesungguhnya adalah profiling. Bukan orang dikategorikan rendah, sedang, atau tinggi sebenarnya. Itu kalau proses seleksi, kalau proses assessment, proses diagnosa, sebenarnya tidak ada sedang, rendah, tinggi. Yang ada itu adalah profil. Nah, profil lalu dimaknai. Jangan dikategorisasikan tinggi, sedang, dan rendah untuk seluruhnya. Jadi dia tinggi di 2 atribut, rendah di atribut tinggi di 2 atribut, dia rendah di 3 atribut yang lain, berarti 11000 kan begitu. Nah, itu lebih lengkap maknanya daripada hanya mengatakan oh ini kategorinya sedang. Nah, sedangnya ini sedang yang mana? Sedang itu berarti kan mungkin di 2-nya rendah, di 2-nya yang lain tinggi. Nah, begitu. Tetapi 2 rendah dan 2 tinggi itu bisa 1100, bisa 0101, bisa 1010. Nah, ini yang disebut dengan pattern. Inilah yang memiliki nilai manfaat yang besar sebenarnya. faktor yang arah dari hasil pengukuran memang betul kualitatif, makanya validitas sekarang juga kualitatif, evidence based on bukti-bukti yang memang harus menggunakan argumen-argumen. Angka ataupun indeks-indeks itu hanya pengantar sebenarnya. Pengantar menuju interpretasi kualitatif. Selama ini kita terlalu mendewakan angka, reliabilitasnya harus 0,8. Nah, itu maknanya apa? Yang penting itu bukan 0,8-nya, tapi makna 0,8 itu apa? Jadi kalau kemudian orang punya skor bagus, nah makna dari skor itu apa? Itu yang penting, bukan skornya. Skor itu sarana untuk membantu membuat interpretasi atau evaluasi. Saya kira penekanan-penekanan ini mudah-mudahan jadi perhatian kita semua. Terima kasih. Kayaknya.
Oke, bagaimana Pak Zamroni? Pak Zamroni? Clear enough ya?
Terima kasih. Sudah sangat jelas sekali. Terima kasih Pak Ridho, Bu Rahma.
Terima kasih. Oke, I think there is no question more, Pak Ali Ridho.
Oke, ada lagi? Cukup?
Sepertinya cukup, nggih.
Oke.
So
Okay.
finally, we would like to say thank you for Dr. Ali Ridho and all of the audience for presentation. Hopefully the presentation will give benefit for us. Thank you for the attention. Oh ya Pak Ali, saya lupa. Ini ada sertifikat for you.
Oh.
Ya, ini.
Siap. Wah, terima kasih sekali. Sertifikat dari Mbak Bu Rohma ini ya. Oke.
Panitia Pak.
Oh, dari Bu Rifa lewat Bu Rohma. Lewat panitia. Kayaknya yang bikin Mbak Sofi kayaknya. Atau Mbak Novi.
Capture, ya.
Ada Pak Iqbal, Pak.
Oh, Pak Iqbal. Oke. Iya.
Oke. Thank you Pak Ali Ridho. See you later. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you. Assalamualaikum.
Nah, untuk peserta untuk parallel session silahkan itu diklik ya, silahkan itu sudah linknya sudah dapat di masing-masing. Untuk daftar hadir peserta ada di chat, jadi nanti sertifikatnya bisa buat jadi untuk daftar presentersnya ada di chat, nanti akan dikirim. Yang presenters nanti setelah. Saya kira itu. Terima kasih. See you next year insya Allah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.